消しから消しつなぐ私はなら苦悶の銭と引き換えの儀式降参に移り遠ざかる意識から転する景色大宣言ただ闇雲に切りかかるしかない見渡す限り切りかかる視界の中に鳴り響く商業無償毛量の箱は強食症リンで転生する根な仕草夢見る蝶の記憶は歌方断片紡ぐ痛いけな仕草体が覚えてる歌い方永遠に流れるこの音の中で奏でることの測れることなかれ神経を蝕む人生の苦まとめて消し去る人生の苦暗転から前半者決別した現世と雪月かなく 21g この場離れ真鍮ちぐはぐな言霊だけ転がるシャレ神戸を取り巻く執着の残りカスが織りなす五線譜の上を指が踊り出す旋律を喉に刺すいつもの通りいつみの通り水面に広がる波紋のようにまだ到底たどり着かない輪廻転生情景思い浮かぶ壮麗そうと打つ迷い込み幻想が奏で上げたおしくつの伴奏柔軟刺激が不足な傾け魂乗せた言葉の花向け時間過ぎさまよ月夜の亡霊音が鳴る方後ろの正面浮世の光景に悲観主義が迷う暗さで張る次の予防線反響する音放つ合わせ鏡残響の余韻作る忘れがたみ片隅に一人言葉書き殴りたどる網だくじの中神隠し夢かうつつか遠くの命儚い人の夢散りばめた光が跳ね返りそれの歌けを照らすそばの音が溢れ出る世界に魂を捧げつながり離れては繰り返しそれの歌手を伸ばすつぶやいた桜舞う世界にどうかこのままでYeah風前の灯火狐火のごとく燃えるろうそくは命の鼓動慟哭紐解く全て誰事慟哭の声すらも他人事音を貪る喧騒から死を連想する魂込める演奏三両鏡かたどる夢の中たどる抜け出せぬ譜面上口から吐き出す言葉を読み解く力足かせ外し向かう読みの国から音の弾みきっかけねいる響かせ昔に書いて歌詞はメイドの土産左から右へまた話が手日を浴び静かにひび割れたきらびやかな日々忘れかけたかけらを集め重ね重ね空高くかけた願いを叶えたまえ命のどこに行けないの消えかけた祈りが生き返り浮世を離れ奏で合うどこまでも続くこの世界に魂を捧げつながり離れての生き返り月夜の中でまた出会う振り向いて音のない世界に戻れないのはなぜ散りばめた光が跳ね返りそれの歌けを照らすそばの音が溢れ出る世界に魂を捧げつながり離れては繰り返しそれの歌手を伸ばすつぶやいた桜舞う世界にどうかこのままで心ピアス山ちゃんゆとりをこうマックスベッド次のも儚い人の夢魂を捧げる驚いずみ多摩温泉
Hello everyone, welcome back to the stream. Part 2. We're here for more sketches and more shit anime. Alright, let me check if Lemon is even live. Oh, I forgot to join VC. There we go. I'm in the VC.
My mind that when you took me by the hand and pulled me out of the line. So in that moment when I saw you at a quarter to nine, all those feelings hit like lightning, oh it can't be denied. And you be driving me so crazy with that cute little smile. You got my heartbeat up and racing, going a minute a mile. And all these chances where I didn't know what to do, I can't believe it. A special moment with you.
You clean my glasses for a minute.
Watching the sea, what's in my imagination, were you moving closer to me? And here, I'm looking right at you, and I think we're meant to be together. Under the cover of the darkness of the dome in the sky, I couldn't help it.
Alright, so we're gonna draw another character from Libby's company as an idol tonight. Man hasn't replied to me though. So I guess I'm gonna wait for him for the watch party, but I'm gonna start drawing his thing. Alright. Okay. Gonna draw Otis. On the scene.
Two of us, just a little simple melody 喜び悲しみも絡まり合って Two of us, just a joy in our symphony 全てが愛しくて空を見上げたざわめく風が揺らす旋律どこか懐かしいリメンバーソン優しく触れた指が踊るよ花のようにかぐわしくたとえ答え見失ってもがき苦しむのなら奏で合おう二つの心で Two of us
隠れ欲をなくせば人のため長い暗闇でつま先立ちいつからか向けた眼差し疑いへ書物やしきたり嘘を断ち切り整理した真実が知識たち数ある中の哲学の問題月に一度のゲシュタルト崩壊は私の体心の中のあり方がバラバラ落ちていくウイスキーはまっすぐさま明日から晩からさっから様に変わる様ぼんやり浮かぶおぼろげの月が照らしたのは物の気が人か森を照らす夜月の明かりが頭から体飲み込むあたりは静まり返り何もかも見れず里や人々が市場から消え動いていた秒針が止まりこの世界の暦で異常な断り119機の暗機械なき者には分からん災い完璧な闇混ざり合うレイジは永遠の価値を持たぬエイジや人あやかし神が幻みそ火の戦いは儚い話は右から左に流れ与えたまえ罪をしのがなぜインド洋が交錯する今夜のシンドロームが静岡へ
逆さの意味は
持つ矛盾判断基準は曖昧なままならばこの体始まりのための続きを堅苦しい隠し隠され幻想の中へ一かけるは消えてなくなりそうな闇に埋もれた
死の中に
実一回の回答が存在人間妖怪幽霊種別カテゴライ終わらなくなる続きを飲み込まれないように感じる狂気はどこか寂しげで消えてなくなりそうな夢に思えた影な月暴かれる罪必然的善悪ワニの次守る者のためかける全ての知恵力今向かう深い闇が当たりを覆うとのことのない極光の夜空想世界の天使か悪魔この姿私の一つのカルマ赤くなる眼光に秘めたる怒り新緑の神なびかせた神くたくたな体にムチ打ちうるさくなる夜の影に打ち込む不意打ちあくまで自分に従事浮き沈むことのない月夜に祈り真実ならば暗い盾となれ静かな血と想像しうぞうぞランダーに判断見限る番狂わす番息を持つドリマーズ探したチュートリアルなぜだかふと気になった満ち欠けの仕掛けもうきっかけなどどうにはするで流れゆく時に身を任せるかけろどうしようもなく朝から思考に通り無意識にたどり着き打ち疲れ誰彼構わず雲隠れ日が昇り日が暮れ広がりを待つ影三角形すら神隠しなんだって一つの選択肢対極にある類まれなる最扱い今歴史の中させらい
逆さの意味は
持つ矛盾判断基準は曖昧なままならばこの体始まりのための続きを堅苦しい隠し隠され幻想の中へいっそかけるは消えてなくなりそうな闇に埋もれた事実以外の回答が存在人間妖怪幽霊種別カテゴライ終わらなくなる続きを壊れないように感じる狂気はどこか寂しげで消えてなくなりそうな夢に思えた謎めく夜に起きた出来事ため息独り言刻一刻と迫り来る夜明け前も輝きを放つ満月のもと時のかけらを探し求めた永遠の時間は痛いそこから一夜だけ空高く描かれたウサギと人が赤く照らされた
逆さの意味は
持つ矛盾判断基準は曖昧なまましぐりがはたまた満月のマスター始まりのための続きを堅苦しい隠し隠され幻想の中へいっそかけるは消えてなくなりそうな夢に思えた
死の中に
事実以外の回答が存在人間妖怪幽霊種別意味はない終わりが近づく続きを飲み込まれないように感じる狂気は儚く散ったいつか誰かの理想は闇に溺れた持つ矛盾判断基準は曖昧なままじくりかはたまた満月の真下始まりのための続きを堅苦しい隠し隠され幻想の中へ人影は消えてなくなりそうな夢に思えた
死の中に
事実以外の回答が存在人間妖怪幽霊種別意味はない終わりが近づく続きを飲み込まれないように感じる狂気は儚く小さいいつか誰かの理想は闇に溺れた
子でいつもそばに私なら誰でもいいの勝手に決めてくれていいの意のないふり映るあなた私このシルエットは誰好きな方選んでもいいのどっちでも別にいいのそういう行き先も知らずストレージャ時の12時悪魔も騒ぎ出す頃効率化した仕事量それじゃせっかくだし特別にいざなお Welcome 私だけの世界へなんてねいつも突然明日が私の Yesterday You see ほらまた不条理なくらい無理なんだ聞いてないよじゃないまだほのぐらいトロンブルユが指を鳴らせば One time 私はここに名前なんてどうでもいいの理由なんてなんでもいいの線のナイフが胸を刺してすぐ後ろの正面誰そんなの知らなくてもいいの何も知らないでいいのフィーバーまだまだ上手に踊れない調子を追う楽し交わらない見せない方が死ぬ線路グラス闇が差し込んでは日が沈む今夜も月また赤いのね嵐の予感は破壊の目お気に入りのちょっと高い時計紅茶の準備なら任しといてそっとまたつぶやいたネイルなダイヤルどうかお願い早く止まらない方止まってないいつまでもずっとそばに私なら誰でもいいの愛されたことが嬉しいのちょうどナイフがここに一本あなた私最後は誰そんなの知らなくてもいいのどうせ全てエンディなるの
The answer is
You fucking scared me.
yeah, the answer is no. I was not fucking ready. Because we left later than I had intended to.
Understandable. Anyway, if you look at stream, I'm joining the next one.
Hey man, I'll get to looking at the stream when I can actually look at the stream. All right, you motherfucker.
I'm just letting you know, you little piece of shit.
Yeah, I gotta like actually pull this shit up, man. Before we get the trip I made was somewhere. It was probably like 2.5 hours in part because of the stop we made. Round trip to take my uncle somewhere. Now, my uncle is a pretty old guy, and he has been smoking for a long time, unfortunately. And he also was very adamant about his smoking lifestyle, even though it's like super expensive and super bad for his health. And he's also a bit, I'll call it brainwashed by conservative media. So he went to buy himself some cigarettes. Now, unfortunately, due to his current living situation, that is living with me, not in a mental capacity such that he should be allowed to drive, he cannot drive himself, and generally unwell and sick to the point where he works irregularly. He's effectively homeless. He's homeless and mentally unwell. By the way, military aesthetic for Otis.
Yeah, I do. Basically reused the same top as one of the reference picture you sent me, and then I give her a big fucking floofy skirt.
Floofy skirt. What was I gonna say?
You'll see
so,
when you get there.
Yeah. So go to buy him some cigarettes. He buy himself some cigarettes. Goes to buy far too many, and because of his lifestyle, he does not have a driver's license, and of course, or he doesn't have a driver's license, but he does have an ID. But he's an idiot. Doesn't bring his ID everywhere with him because he doesn't typically need it all that often because he doesn't drive. And IDs in the United States are basically just vehicles for your ability to drive, or purchase alcohol and or cigarettes or anything else that's age restricted.
Yeah.
So he's dumbass. It didn't bring his ID with him. Now in the state I live in, New York State, obviously you need your identification to prove that you are over 18. But more importantly, they are phasing in regulation that you need to actually physically scan the ID at the cash register in order for it to allow the purchase of cigarettes to go through.
Really?
Yes.
That's
and
weird, but okay.
It's weird, but it makes sense. Yeah. And naturally, you're not supposed to be able to buy age-restricted substances for other people. Because otherwise, if people already are buying alcohol for underage people all the time anyways.
The problem worse. But...
it would only make it fucking worse. So, there was like a whole process of shenaniganry revolving around my the use of my ID that I used to drive, that I took with me to drive him, my driver's license, to purchase the cigarettes for him. My ID stating clearly that I am of age, and him very visibly and noticeably being
Sir, are you sure you're 18? Are you sure you're above 80? I don't know. I don't need to see an ID, sir.
And so there was some complications regarding like which cash registers were working and the distribution of labor of the people behind the cash registers checking people out, and one lady who was like, "Dog, according to the rules, I can't do this," and another guy who was like, "Well, you're both clearly of age, so like, I don't give a fuck."
Yeah. That's kind of why I'm like the whole scanning your ID thing. I'm like, it sounds like it's gonna create more problems than it should fix.
Well, like, not really, because people use fake IDs all the time.
Oh.
So it's preventative, I imagine, specifically for fake IDs.
I guess. But in that case, where like forgot your ID, even though you're very clearly fucking over 70, it will fuck you over.
Yeah, but like, you're fucking stupid if you're going to buy cigarettes without your ID, anyways.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know. You're stupid if you're going to buy cigarettes in the first place. You're even stupider if you don't bring your ID with you. There's like entire levels to this where it's like this shouldn't be a problem or a thing that you have to worry about as somebody who smokes. It might be irritating, but it does more good than it does harm by preventing the abuse of fake IDs to purchase these things.
I guess so.
Is at least the way that I see it. And so it caused us to have like a conversation in the car afterwards about the use of regulation on specifically tobacco products and the use of tobacco products like in society in relation to health. And I'm like, Doc, we have known for many, many decades now that cigarettes and tobacco not only pose an imminent threat to your own personal health, but also the health to everybody around you.
Yep.
And so it makes a ton of sense that you would regulate this product.
Yeah.
And he's like, it's fucking stupid to let people smoke. But more importantly than that...
Listen, you can never debate the legalness of a substance to someone who consumes it. This is why you will always, like, everyone who smokes would want legal weed, everyone who drinks alcohol would never want alcohol illegal, same for cigarettes, same for whatever the fuck, like, it could be the worst fucking drug, someone will argue it should be legal, because they're taking it.
Yeah. Yes, but I think some of that also actually depends on their age. Like, you can have an intelligent conversation about something like this with somebody who's consuming one of those products when they're like young adults, fairly early on to their lives, because they still have like the capacity to actively recognize and be convinced of the harm that they are doing either to themselves or the people around them in the consumption of their substance, whereas somebody that's his age, he's somewhere around 60. I think he's older than 60. It's like, I actually even said this to the register guy as he was saying that he doesn't care since we're both of age. I was like, I've given up on trying to tell him that he should quit smoking anyways. So like,
the thing I've noticed about smokers, like my parents, for example, they were big smokers when I was young, but because I was so anti-smoking and I was such a bitch about it, they finally managed to stop smoking, and also because it was just bad for them. It took them like almost 2 decades, but they finally finished. They completely stopped, and that was
oftentimes the steps that will happen for people to quit that kind of thing independently are like, you have kids or around kids or other kind of public situation, or you're pregnant, that kind of thing, where it's like, I definitely have to like take seriously my smoking habits because these people are very or potential people, I guess, in the case of
I think
pregnancy.
It's my cousin who was pregnant, and I think she never stopped smoking and drinking. And guess fucking what? Her first son is like his, I think he has growth hormones problems, where he's like on the edge of that. He's like incredibly short for his age.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Very susceptible. Young people, young children, are very susceptible to the harm that smoking causes.
Well, yeah, especially if you're pregnant and it's in the womb.
Yeah, then what the stuff that's going into your bloodstream is being fed directly into the DNA of the child.
Congrats.
It's like,
yeah, I swear to God, I wanted to be so mean.
Organs that would act as filtration systems.
Yeah, I didn't do it because it's my cousin. I don't want to start shit for no reason. But I wanted to be so fucking mean when she started like kind of panicking about the kids' fucking health. I was like, you stupid fucking dumb cunt.
She brought it on herself.
To my face with a fucking like 7-month pregnant belly. To my face, drinking and smoking. And you're like, it's fine. It's not that bad. It's not that often that it happens. We're good. I'm like, you dumb cunt.
It happens extremely frequently.
No, that's the problem.
Literally anybody in the health field who isn't lobbying for cancer will tell you, stop.
Yes. That's the fucking problem with like some like younger people. She's a millennial, right? Sometimes like some of them just don't fucking care. She just doesn't care. Like she knows how bad smoking is. She doesn't care because she wants to smoke, and she knows how bad it is for her kids, and she doesn't care because she wants to do it anyway. Like she just has no control.
I don't think that's so much a generational problem as it is just people, as it is just a youth problem in general. Yeah. People being super head ass. So it just so happens that is the generation currently experiencing that sort of thing, or was until recently. Anyways, the real like sticking point of this conversation that we had to end off at, because he had to we got to our destination, was that he goes to a therapy clinic for I don't know what reasons. He has a lot of health issues regularly, and one of the caretakers there said to him, because I'm sure in large part because his smoking is harming his health, if I had it my way, cigarettes would be banned, or tobacco would be banned, or whatever. And he says to me, that's some like authoritarian nonsense, or we live in a police state, if you believe that kind of thing. I'm like, all right, okay, we live in a police state, but that's not the reason why. But on top of that, you can make the argument that is an authoritative step to take, in that you are describing, in that you are outright banning this chemical. But by the same token, there's extremely valid reasons for doing so. But I do want to be clear, and I never got to say it to him. Banning them would be a bad idea.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Like, that's what I was gonna say, it... Honestly, like, even alcohol you should ban because it causes so much fucking trouble. There's so many deaths linked to alcohol.
Yeah.
So much shit. But then, we saw how it looked when you try to ban it. It's impossible.
It didn't work. It just didn't.
It's too deep within the culture to, like, be taken away. You would have you could do it after, like, 200 years of hardcore, like, propaganda against alcohol and cigarettes and drugs and whatever. Which I don't even know would work.
No, it's not actually the cultural relevance of these products that keeps them in service, or that makes banning them fail, but it's actually just how doing so leaves it ripe for economic exploitation. Because what happens when you criminalize drugs is now you have created a criminal industry revolving around those drugs and the propagation of them and whatnot. And you no longer, outside of straight imprisonment or confiscation and fining, have no means to regulate the consumption of these drugs among the public. So you're actually leaving the door open for more health problems to occur when the drugs are illegal than you do if they are regulated. And this is the entire thing with marijuana as it currently stands, although it is less harmful than tobacco or even alcohol, is reasonably, because of the effects that the drug has and the way that it's used recreationally, there's reason to ban it for recreational use. But that doesn't work. People are going to consume it anyways. You are, from a government perspective, you are losing out on tax money, and you are spending money on the policing. And from a consumer perspective, it's now more expensive, harder to get. You're putting your position in society, as suppose you could say, risk, because you're now at risk of being policed and imprisoned. And it creates a whole level of a whole assortment more problems to have it illegal than it does to have it regulated. Which is why a lot of states in the I don't know the status of marijuana globally, but a lot of states in the United States have begun the track of legalizing it. A good chunk of them have, because it's just better for the government, and it's better for the people of the state to have controlled distribution of the substances than it is to just let drug dealers reign free, selling it their own way.
Sure. Wouldn't say I agree, but whatever.
I mean, it's honestly, it's not even a matter of agreeing or disagreeing, because we have historical evidence that this has happened, that this is the way that it works in 1920s Prohibition era United States of America, where alcohol was outlawed, and it just created way more issues than it solved. And we have even more evidence throughout the history of the United States in regards to marijuana, because its outlawing has, I mean, first of all, basically the reason behind it was racism, so that they could more heavily police and imprison black people. But that aside, even if you ignore the racial component of it, it still resulted in more overspending and over-policing, and less and more harm to the public, and just less good. It's just less good than it being legalized, because people in general, especially if they want to, people are going to consume drugs anyways. But what you want to do is you want to make it so that they can do it in a safe way, and if something happens to them, if they develop an addiction for it, that you can adequately address that addiction. Because imprisoning people is not the way to solve an addiction.
Counterpoint. We should shoot and kill all the drug dealers on site. No due process, no whatever, no trial. Just, hey, you're dealing this shit, bomb. There you go. Oh wow, drug epidemic solved. No more drugs. I am Base. I am Giga Chad. I found the solution. I'm gonna run for president.
Literally the plot of the movie Kingsman 2. Where there's this
death.
Yeah. So this lady who wants, I believe her motivation is to end the drug trade as a whole, or something to that effect. I don't entirely remember what her motivation is, but effectively she develops this drug that is, I guess, highly popular due to its effects or whatever, which will kill you with absolute certainty. you doing this drug will kill you like within a few days or some shit like that, or within a week, let's say. And
you just say you invented weed too, and then you kill all the weed dude bros.
Yeah, and so
oh my god, that's so base. How do I get it?
and it also has. I think she actually did it to like hold the government hostage. Yeah, that's what she did. She used it to hold the government hostage for a cure, so that she could like rob them. It was like a fucking like billions of dollars from the American and global governments to have the cure distributed. Anyways, it also had very visible side effects so that she could use it as a hostage situation. And because the movie is kind of goofy, you start off turning a little bit blue, and then you start uncontrollably dancing until you get full body paralysis, and then like fucking die.
Okay, it is kind of goofy.
Yeah, it's a goofy. The Kingsman series is goofy, spy, like in a sort of James Bond, but less serious sort of manner, spy film series. And so what happens is this drug, because it was extremely popular, gets like widely distributed, and like hundreds of thousands of people use it or something like that, specifically in the United States. And so what the government does is, until they're able to find a cure for it, they put everybody who develops its symptoms into like cages and stacks them up inside of a stadium that they've commandeered for like to put all the people who took the drug inside of, and it's several stadiums, I think, to store them, let's say. And the president of the United States in the movie at the time literally says, like, this is our solution to drugs, guys. This is how we win. I'm going to go down as the #1 president in history for winning the war on drugs by just letting all of these people die and not capitulating to her. It's like, dog.
Dude was like, wait a minute. If all the people who consume drugs die, then there is no one consuming drugs left. I win! Unironically based, 10 out of 10 with what for him.
And then, of course, like, the spy agency, the Kingsmen, win in the end, and they're able to distribute the cure to everybody before anybody dies.
Wow.
And
fucking druggies, bro.
And immediately afterwards, the president gets arrested. Because it's like, fucking of course. You literally planned on like hundreds
recount
of thousands of people.
Recount the votes. Something's wrong. I don't trust those alien voters. This guy should win.
It's like, Jesus Christ. Oh. Yeah, so in any case, so like to that effect, basically, means that I also think you realistically should legalize the use of all substances, so that you can regulate and control their distribution, and also, or rather, decriminalize. That's the accurate term to use here. You need to decriminalize these drugs, because imprisonment is not the answer, and and it makes it so that you have a stronger ability to control and regulate the distribution and consumption of the substances. And it is, but I do not think it is all that authoritarian to ban tobacco, considering it is a like literal known health hazard. Strong health hazard.
Honestly, if it wasn't, the thing is that's what I meant earlier. If it wasn't such a like commonly accepted thing and something that was historically legal, or like fucking, how old is tobacco? Like fucking what? Centuries,
millennia.
Yeah, super old. Millennia. Right? It's never been illegal. But
Well, I mean,
now
to be
that
fair,
I know.
most of that time it's like, to be fair, we've only really known of how drastic the health hazards of it were for like a century.
Yeah,
but
even then, it's like we should, like, honestly, yes, we should ban it, but like culturally, it's fucking impossible. Too many people smoke. Too many people would just go ape shit if you banned it. It's like alcohol. They would literally just go ape shit. And like you said, they would also have just a black market anyway.
Yeah.
Which, I mean,
there
are ways to deal with it, and some less humanitarian than others.
It is, from like a health perspective, a reasonable thing to do, but from a logistical and like consequential perspective, just
It's
absolutely
not
idiotic.
Yeah.
But he should stop smoking. That's the way I put it. Oh yeah, what is the guy again?
I've noticed
guy
that
behind the
after time that people who smoke either finally, I think with age, they either realize that I should really stop, or they just go, I'm too old anyway. I don't fucking care anymore.
Well, my uncle said he smokes because he likes it, and I'm like, dog, that's something somebody who's chemically addicted to it would say.
I mean, some people
Especially
genuinely
somebody who
like
buys
it,
it
but
every few days.
they say that
I-
after they've been smoking since they were 11, so
Yeah, it's
it's
like
too late for
I
them.
can't. Yeah, I like can't with any sort of honesty or reasonability to say that I like believe him, or that he should believe himself when he says that. It's like you're definitely addicted to nicotine. Like, come. Oh yeah. So the other thing the guy behind the cash register said is, besides like the impetus of children and particularly susceptible populations being around you, is also if you suffer a debilitating disease or die, that's how you get somebody to stop. Is he had a relative of his who only stopped after he had a heart attack. It's like, yeah. And most people get lung cancer for it. My uncle is like, there's plenty of people who've smoked their entire lives who have had no side effects, and I'm like, yeah, there's millions more who did. Literal millions.
Listen.
If not billions.
Okay, real talk. What was it? It's not a guarantee that you get lung cancer. A lot of people don't get lung cancer, so I'm gonna fucking continue to smoke. Cause why the hell not? I like it. Famous last words of my uncle, who died of lung cancer at around like 50.
Yeah.
There you go. I don't give a shit because he was a piece of shit and we're not related. So fuck him. But
You're not close, rather. He is still your uncle.
oh, but I mean, we are not blood related.
Oh, he was an in-law?
Yeah. He was my aunt's husband, who cheated on her, who was an abusive father, who was a piece of shit, who was also a scammer. Yeah, he was a piece of shit.
I and my family are still unlike like most families in this regard, that we consider even in-laws, or at least ones that stick around for long periods of time, to be parts of the family. I have plenty of in-laws, specifically on my father's side, who are inundated and well regarded as like the position that they married into. It's just like naturally being the case, so to speak.
I mean,
in a lot of cases, it's because they've been there for a while.
We do too, I guess. The only thing is that we would do that more if literally like I didn't have like one uncle left. I have like 5 aunts. No, I have 4. I'm stupid. Both my parents have 2 sisters. And like out of all of them, only one is still in a relationship with her non-husband, because they're not married, I think. But they're still like together. So like that's like 1, and he's officially not even part of the family, but he's not married into it. But yeah, that's basically it.
All
the other one's just divorced.
In my case, on either side, I have a lot of extended family because both of my parents had at least 5 siblings, and pretty much all of them, if not all of them, had kids of their own. At least 3 in most cases. So it's like there's a lot of extension there, and we've all kept up with each other because both sides have annual I'll just call them reunions, reunion
gatherings.
Events that we all gatherings. There's that 1 week I was without internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
I mean, there was like a huge period in which I almost didn't see my family at all, my extended family. I mean, not even extended, I mean like just literally anyone I saw of my parents. Because like there was a lot of drama and shit, and my parents just said, fuck it, we're just not gonna engage with that.
Yeah.
It happened on both sides. That was kind of complicated. But yeah, I mean, I really never interacted much with my family outside of my grandparents and their children, and my aunt's children. So that's like, yeah, my aunts and my cousins basically. I don't really even consider anyone outside of that my family, as in like I barely know them. I kind of know their name. I'm like, I acknowledge we're related, but like I don't really consider them family. I don't care. Which is kind of harsh to say, but it's just it's how I grew up.
In any case, last thing I wanted to mention with the tobacco is I actually remember hearing about a recent study which said that if you quit smoking by the time you're somewhere in your early 30s, you actually have a very high likelihood of not developing long-term health complications. Which is interesting, but of course, the issue with it is the quitting part.
Well, I mean, yeah, like 30s is like the part where the people are the most addicted, I feel.
Yeah.
That's like, they haven't yet hit the range of they're like, actually, I should try to smoke. Because they haven't had like any, they're not running out of breath. The teeth aren't yellow and falling. They're not, they're still having fun. Most of them are still partying. Yeah, your body can still recover. You're like, at your job, you're like having a smoke break. It's like your only time when you can relax when you are at the clock. It's like, it's the hardest group to like make them quit.
Well, it's not just like difficulty in making people quit so much as people get addicted from a young age. Because usually your first one, specifically in the case of tobacco, gets you addicted.
Yep.
So it's like you cannot have the attitude of I can do it for now as long as I quit by the time of this age, because when you get to that age, you're going to struggle quite a lot to quit because you're chemically addicted to it.
Yeah. My parents started smoking at 12. Which, when they told me, I was like, what the fuck?
Christ almighty.
Dude, I was playing Bionicles at 12.
Yeah,
What the fuck were you doing?
Oh, the 20th century, man, is fucking wild. At least your parents didn't get severe lead poisoning just by breathing.
I guess so. We did have a funny moment where, with Chernobyl, we had the massive fucking nuclear gas coming to us. And the government was just like, guys, don't worry, the wind is going to make it completely go around the country and then just pass us by. Flash forward years later. Oh my god, I'm getting fucking ads again. Kill yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself. Okay, there we go. And then flash forward years later, and like a fuckload of people have like a lot of cancer problems because of Chernobyl.
Yeah.
It was like...
Go fucking figure.
They did the same. You would think they would like learn this shit, not say obvious lies like this. They did the same thing with COVID. They were like, oh, we're just gonna put like, posters in airports, and COVID is magically not gonna enter the country. Flash forward like a month later, the country is quarantined because of COVID. Nice, thank you. Posters didn't work. Fuck.
Yeah, there's Yeah, I mean, yeah, they actually did like lie a lot about COVID in the early part of it, at least in America, because like it was known to our then president, now investigated criminal Donald Trump, that for like months prior to becoming an actual issue, he like learned about it in like January of that year or some shit, that it was that he was told by like the professionals that it was very likely going to be a very public health crisis that he should like nip in the bud as early as possible, and he's like, nah.
Listen, it's not even just a Trump thing.
And then the consequences of that have been like awful.
Listen, it's like actually like that everywhere, regardless of the government, at least in the Western world. Because here too,
yeah,
you know, it was Macron was like, you know, you can consider him like completely opposite of Trump in politics, and like he
really
did this.
Isn't all that opposite though.
I would say like, well, the thing is that like they would both be like bankers and whatever, you know, like for the ultra rich. But Macron is like a globalist, and Trump is a nationalist, which is,
yeah.
I would say it's even bigger of a difference right now than like left and right, especially in France.
But I think the only reason Macron is a globalist is because the European Union exists. So like you can't be you like literally can't be a very nationalist government in Europe.
I mean, we're not allowed to.
You are in. Because you're already intrinsically tied to the economies of all the countries surrounding you.
Yes, but I mean, he's definitely he's almost an accelerationist, where it's like, I think we should actually submit more of our stuff to the EU. What do you think, guys? And like 70% of the countries just like, no, and it's just like, yeah, let's do that. But anyway, what I meant is just that like back then, like they knew by the time, you know, they were putting posters in airports and stuff. They knew it was coming, and they did nothing.
Yeah, from my perspective, at least just off the cuff, the biggest difference between Donald Trump and Macron, in my opinion, is just like how open of a criminal you are. Whereas Donald Trump is like, yes, I am a criminal. I am doing criminal things. You shouldn't prosecute me. I did nothing. I did everything right, but they indicted me. But he like is very open and like records everything, and like is just very obvious he was doing criminal shit. Whereas most national leaders, they're all criminals in some regard or another, even if they are like either like well-intentioned or very publicly supported.
I don't know many world leaders who are well-intentioned. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, yes, but like even like the most rigorously like adherent to the law of national leaders are going to be on some level criminals. It's like almost really realistically unavoidable.
Kind of is, yeah.
In some regards, but you're just gonna end up doing it on accident, whether you like it or not.
One thing that's funny though, Macron might be more closer to Trump than you think, then, because he did just basically like commit a lot of problems, a lot of crimes, and at one point he was just like, you know, it was during the Yellow Vest, I think, the first time or the second time, I don't remember, and it was just like, if I did anything wrong, then just sue me. It's like, everyone was like, you dumb motherfucker. You have like presidential immunity. We can't do shit to you.
Oh yeah, there's this entire thing where if Trump gets like actually arrested or whatnot, if he gets elected president, he can just pardon himself, which is like literally his goal, is either to draw out his... Yeah, it's to draw out either the legal processes long enough for him to get elected, or I guess in failure of that, get elected while he's imprisoned. So that he can just pardon himself, because the United States president has the ability
it has to be the current one, right?
Yes, the sitting president has the ability to forgive and erase the criminal record of anybody who has been charged with federal crimes, which his crimes have been very federal. Which especially like there's been a lot of like acceleration of intrinsic issues with the structure of our like constitution and government over the past like 6 or 7 decades. And one of them is the political use of the presidential pardon, in which it's basically been used to forgive political allies and people who like support your ideas or whatever. It's like it's basically the same thing as the Supreme Court, which is the ultimate decider of like the legality of things, I guess you could say. The people who are appointed to the Supreme Court are almost exclusively political agents, rather than actually like well-intentioned or well-versed or like well-regarded judges. The Supreme Courts are like political operatives, especially since they have lifetime appointments. So it's like, why the fuck do they have appointments? It's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
In any case, it's like beside the point. But I was going to say, like, actually he is kind of an open criminal because he did that thing with the pensions, where the government was like, no, or the legislature was like, no, you don't do this, you can't do this. It's like super unpopular, and he's like, what? I'm doing it anyways.
I mean, that's the thing. Technically, it's legal. Like everything he does is like technically legal, but it's like, let me take a massive fucking dump on both the Constitution and democracy and the people.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're a sitting leader, you effectively have the means to make anything that you want to do legal.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like finagling that you have to do depending on like the structure of your constitution or whatever, but you effectively have the power to say that anything that you are going to do is legal for you to do, and or make it legal for you to do it.
Yeah. So the funny thing about all this is that
that's why leaders have limited appointment times.
Yeah. So the funny thing about what happened with the pensions is that technically, so the reason why previous presidents didn't use the 49.3 so many times is because usually what happens is like, so a law is voted by the assembly, and if the president prefers either for it to be voted or not, they can just force it. No, I think it's to force it. Yeah, to force the law, even if it's rejected. Basically, the president can't force the law, but what happens is that they have to vote it again. Basically, they have to vote for or against the. No, they have to submit a censorship motion for the 49.3, and then that censorship motion is voted, and if it gets the majority, then the 49.3 doesn't work. But what happens is that they do the censorship motion vote at like 4 a.m. when there's only the leading party in the assembly, so it wins every time. So Macron basically like figured out the loophole, because like previous president, his previous term, he had the absolute majority in the assembly, so he didn't even need to do that. He could just like submit a thing and he would win anytime because he had the majority of everything. But now since he doesn't, that means if the Republican Party, which is the only one that's likely to align with him, if the Republican Party doesn't agree, he doesn't get to like pass most of the time. You got to take into consideration that like not even a third of the fucking assembly is doing their job. Like they're not even showing up. So congrats. I love democracy. I love it. I love representative democracy. It works so well. Yay!
This is why every country should institute a fucking I don't guess it wouldn't be called law, but some kind of thing that makes it so that if any particular representative is unpopular, drops below a certain threshold of approval by the people who elected them, they have to publicly defend themselves or have an emergency election. I think that's a very real.
I'm gonna go a step above that. I'm gonna say that, like, listen, important politician, you know, like official or whatever, they have like a strike number every time they like don't do their job, every time they get caught for corruption, whatever, you know, every time they're like guilty of some crime or whatever, you know, like sexual harassment or whatever. You know, they get 3 strikes, and then when they reach 3 strikes, they're publicly guillotined. There we go. That's my that's my program. Corruption rates drop to 0. If you kill all the corrupt politicians, there's no longer corrupt politicians.
Well, the thing is with that though is they have to be actually like convicted of, arrested and convicted of these crimes. And
I mean, like I said,
you know,
if you're just like, if you're
representatives,
if you're
are
not,
historically,
let's say for example, if you're like part of the assembly and you're not in the assembly when you need to be, and you don't have like a fucking, you know, letter from the doctor saying you're like fucking dying, that's 1 strike. Miss assembly 3 times in a row, you're dead. Fuck you. You're president. You're found. You're not even found guilty. We just know you're corrupt. You're dead. Goodbye.
Yeah, but like you can exploit that to like give people strikes for like no reason.
I know.
You can avoid getting strikes for no reason.
I'm meaning.
So, like,
I know it wouldn't be that fucking easy, but
yeah,
let me dream. Let me dream of my dream of just, you know, being the fucking butcher who like executes politicians like every fucking day.
Yeah. Whereas mine makes more sense, where you actually have like an approval rating based system of whether or not they're allowed to continue their tenure in office. Where like say every year on the election day, you not just vote in your new representatives, but you also submit whether or not you approve of whoever is still currently in their position. And if they drop below a certain threshold, they get there's some kind of process to either like yeet them or try and elect somebody else, you know, some kind of thing. Yeah. In any case, did you see what I said about React content on LaTwit?
Can you repeat? I wasn't listening.
Did you read what I said about React content on LaTwit?
I didn't.
Are you down for any sort of discussion of it?
Oh no. No, I don't feel like it.
I kind of figured it could be. I know your stance is like reactions fucking stupid in general. Mine's a bit
there's like a few exceptions I have, which I'm like, okay, this for example is like for example, I don't know if you know the podcast EFAP. They take either a video or a movie or whatever, but the thing is that they'll turn like a 3-minute video into a 5-hour podcast because they just basically, that's the point of the thing. The name stands for every frame applause. That's kind of the idea. They're really just pausing it, like talking over it for like basically 1 billion years. And the idea is to like usually do video responses / takedowns of something. So that's why I'm like, okay, this is good. And then I'm like, this isn't good, whatever.
But you bring that up actually like alludes to like the issue with any sort of like categorical denunciation of React content, because ultimately when you're trying to like denounce or rally against React content, your argument is pretty much going to boil down to, I don't like the way that you're reacting, you need to react harder, your reaction is like stupid or whatever, as compared to this other person's reaction, which is like okay, so it's like it's very difficult to reasonably and logically categorically denounce reaction content.
Okay, not to go too much into it, because like I said, I don't feel like having a whole ass debate about it. But
it can be
what my point is that it has to be what's the word again? I forgot the word. Transformative. That's the thing. That's, you know, what's
and that's
transformative in a way that's like significant, right? And it has to have a purpose, right? You can't just be like having your face take like a third of the screen and just you go like pog every 3 minutes and then you call it transformative. That's not how it works. If you do like you know, like a reaction criticism of something where you, like I said, you know, the five guys will just like, for example, play a movie and then like every like fucking 2 frames they pause to like critique, basically live critique the thing, something like that. Or it's like to respond to a video, for example, then it's just like commentary or something like that. Or if it's just, for example, you're like a musician and you're reacting to some music, right? Or some music documentary or something, and you're providing specific commentary. Basically, the idea is that it's not supposed to replace the original video. That's the idea of transformative.
Yes. But again, it still alludes to how like the ultimate argument is it's over what constitutes transformative, which is egg, and anybody online, especially without any sort of like legal battle being waged over anything in particular, the argument ends up boiling down to react harder, or I don't like the way that you're reacting, because everybody's definition because everybody's definition of transformative is different.
Well, it is, but like, listen, I agree that the line is blurry as to what is transformative and what isn't enough. But, you know, you can usually kind of like find a middle ground that works. You know, like I said, just pod facing at like the bottom screen or something like that, you know, for like the entire video, and you bring no commentary of value or whatever. That's not enough. Everyone pretty much agrees that's not enough. And then like doing an entire live review of the thing where you take like what the original video is not even like 10% of the entire screen like watch time, or something like that. Usually people will be like, okay, that seems fair. You know, then I guess it's like up to the lawmakers to figure out really what's the best definition of it. I wouldn't be able to.
You need a lawsuit for that, which I
need a lawsuit for that.
Which I believe there was actually a lawsuit for. It was one of the ones that H3 was involved with.
I think so, yeah.
But I don't know the details behind that or what they were actually being sued over.
Yeah.
Only that it was related to fair use.
Yeah, you would also have to have like kind of pray that like the guy who is in the lawsuit understands what fair use is and copyright and stuff, because sometimes I've heard Reborn mention something about, it needs to be that amount of frames different. I'm like, Reborn, you realize you just flipped the frame and 100% of the frames are different. But it's not transformative. That's not how it works. Yeah. It's deeper than that. Like you could literally get away, like cinemas could get away by showing literally any movie all the time for free by just flipping the frame.
Yeah. So
that would be horrible.
From a like legal perspective, in a courtroom, that would be a component of your argument. Is you take a look at like the run times between the original video and the reaction to it, and as well as the ratio of like frames that are the same. You take a look at that sort of like ratio of the original content to what would be considered the reaction content or the potentially transformative or non-transformative content, and that would be part of your argument as to whether or not it constitutes as transformative or fair use. But at the end, you cannot make a like specific distinction of that ratio. It doesn't make sense to try and have that be the basis upon which you make that sort of distinction. You have to make an argument based on, you have to use that incorporated into an argument around like the context of the reaction and the original work, and like what the reaction is attempting to do, or what they may or may not be adding, and like yada 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 yada.
I mean, I do agree that like just like setting a arbitrary line, like it's only you have to react like 30% of the video or something like that. That's stupid, right? Because like people will just, it would be very arbitrary. Maybe you're doing something that's actually valuable and doesn't fall under that, and then maybe someone will just like I don't know, fucking scream random gibberish for like 30% of the video and then just re-upload the rest of the 70%. And you know, just provide a timestamp to skip the fucking like gibberish and then you just rewatch the video basically. You know, it's not like that it should be considered. It should be considered as like, what's the value the quote-unquote reactor is providing, and what is the purpose of, like, you know, the quote-unquote re-upload and reaction. For example, if, like I said, if it's just someone watching the video for the first time and barely making any commentary, even if he makes commentary, but it's just, you know, them watching the video, and then, you know, re-uploading it, or even just live streaming it, that's not good enough, because it's just, the idea is that it has, okay, one formulation that I heard that was good, is that once you do that, right, let's say you watch like an XQC reaction to a video, once you finish that, you have no reason to watch the original video, because you basically already watched it with just XQC saying like some gibberish every 10 minutes. Like, you know, going.
It really is gibberish in his case because he can't speak.
Speaking of which, how the fuck? I will not listen. Everyone who says, "Oh, don't be mean to him. He has a speech impairment." What do you mean? Being from fucking Quebec is a speech impairment? No, he's from Quebec. He's just retarded. I'm pretty sure he would. I mean, he's from Quebec. Of course, he would butcher completely French, but I'm pretty sure he would butcher it even harder if it was like, you know, him. But whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure compared to like most Quebecois people,
What? Yeah.
he still has like a speech impediment of sorts.
I think he's genuinely just not even trying to speak like normally. Like,
Well,
you see how he acts in real life, you know, like around everything. Not only is he incredibly stupid, he's also just incredibly lazy and mean-spirited. He doesn't give a shit.
Okay.
He doesn't even. I just think he doesn't even matter.
It's mean-spirited, but he is.
Well, what I've seen, let's just say, allegedly.
He doesn't do any of it with malignant intent. He does it because he does it effectively because he can. He makes money off of it, and
I mean, he did basically admit that he's doing it, yeah, because he can. And he basically told anyone that would be suffering from it to just fuck off. That's his word. He did say that.
That's actually not, to my knowledge, what his actual like stance is on the matter.
Because he did multiple interviews recently where he basically just went mask off at the end. He was just, yeah, I'm doing it because I can, and fuck you, it's making me bank. That's the idea.
Which I don't even necessarily. Which it's like fine, but like the thing is to my knowledge, if you actually directly ask him to not live react to your videos, he won't.
Well, yeah, to your specific. That's the whole problem with this whole thing, right? It's an opt-out system, and it's usually after the fact, right? Like when you find out that like Hassan or XQC has reacted to your video, it's too late. The thing is already on the stream. It's probably gonna get re-uploaded to his channel or to like some third party's clip channel. It's like, what the fuck do you do now? You can just tell him, please don't react to my next videos. It's already too late. The deed is done. And even if he doesn't react to your videos, you know, fair enough. You didn't give him the consent for it. He's gonna react to someone else, regardless.
But here is the interesting thing to think about is, does the live stream reaction on a separate site like Twitch or Kick actually impact the performance of the video that was uploaded to YouTube? And the answer to that is, statistically speaking, no. The viewers were already on this alternate site for the live stream, and they would not have watched the video on their own. It doesn't hurt the metrics, and if anything, it improves the metrics by having the people that are on these platforms go to those videos on their own.
But
however,
like I said, once you finish the video, they don't have a reason to go there. And even if they do find it, no, they don't. No, like, people have run tests, they don't. Usually they don't.
Well, this is strictly untrue. when a large streamer on a separate platform reacts to a video, oftentimes that video will receive a boost, or at a minimum will be unaffected. The difference and the distinction is when the VOD of that reaction, especially in a very non-substantive reaction, as is often the case of people like XQC, is uploaded to YouTube, and especially in cases where it'll like reuse the title and thumbnail of the video with just like the streamer's face slapped over it and stuff like that. Because at that point, you are now potentially eating into the viewer base that might have been pushed to that video and that might have watched that video otherwise. You are now actually potentially having a parasitic effect on the original performance of that video. Whereas
that's definitely for sure, right?
Whereas what happens if you just do the just normally have the reaction on your live streaming channel on a separate website, then it otherwise does fine.
I get your argument, right? I definitely agree. We agree on the re-uploading the video to Twitch, to YouTube. We agree that like it's gonna eat. Like, there's no way it's not eating the viewer base of the original video. There's no way it's not hurting it. But
I think it kind of depends, because
I mean, if it's I guess it doesn't matter if the re-upload has like 2 views, I guess. But like if it's got more than that, it's gonna eat up the other one.
So like most large streamers, effectively don't give a shit about like editing the live reaction to make for like good YouTube content.
Yes.
And they have like Hassan is actually a great example of doing something like this ethically, where he has his live reaction on his stream, and what he uploads to his channel is a pretty heavily edited version of whatever he was reacting to, or oftentimes it's more often than not actually just like when he's reacting to news stories. If it's for a particular video, it's a heavily edited version of his reaction, which is focused on his commentary about what is happening in the video, rather than, as you say, just like
just re-uploading it
a long period of time of like just being like, interesting. I have a face while I am watching this video. So, and like, I forgot where I was going with that, but basically, at the end of the day, it is always worth keeping in mind when thinking about this sort of discussion, whatever, that the overwhelming majority of YouTube creators either don't give a shit or actually see a boost. Or actually not necessarily see a boost, but actually like it when
I gotta cut you off
reacted.
though. I just looked it up at that one Kennedy video that started this whole like shit. There's 2
I actually don't know
re-uploads.
the video that started it.
It was a video made by Lemino that's like 2 hours long almost about the Kennedy assassination.
Oh, that's the one, the Kennedy assassination. Yeah, that.
And so when I type Kennedy assassination react, there's like the XQC one that's first. The story guy that's here was, I don't know if it's edited or it's the first part. Yeah, it's first part, so that's why it's shorter. And then there's 2 Hassan videos, which I don't know if they're re-uploaded directly by Hassan. I'm assuming not, because I don't know why we're double like uploaded on 2 channels. But it's there. I've heard that he has like re-uploaders that he doesn't like directly like order or whatever, but he does give his.
He does not.
He does give his pass though.
He does not copyright claim, or he does not control his IP as it pertains to it being like uploaded to YouTube and whatever. So he lets fans of his upload portions of their stream, however they segmented it, and their own content based off of his live streams. He lets them freely upload those things to YouTube. But his own personal content is very heavily edited and focused on being what literally anybody would consider transformative. you effectively cannot find a video on his own channel that you would consider non-transformative. Is
true. But although I would argue that it's still a problem that he lets people re-upload his entire stream, because this is the entire stream. It's like 2 hours 20 minutes.
But that's the thing though, is if he were controlling of that aspect, then that would be his control over his like personal thing that he does, so to speak. So like,
yeah, but like
what I mean by this is like from a legal perspective, what should be the case, and what would need to be the case is that the original creator of the video that he reacted to would be copyright claiming the people that are uploading his reaction to it. It's for the sake of the perseverance of the original content.
Whereas but then all the blames will fall on that guy. That's the kind of like the issue with YouTube.
Whereas his stake in the matter revolves around their use of his like face and persona and commentary. So like
I know. It's just my point is just that like
it doesn't make sense for him to have any control over it for that purpose.
It does, because it's in his way it's responsibility, right? You know, regardless of what you think of like him streaming it to another platform, whatever. But then when you have someone re-uploading his stream of the reaction of the video to YouTube with his name, which the channel has his fucking name in the title, that is literally dedicated to reposting entire streams of his. If he doesn't take those down, then the problem is the same, because people will watch Hassan's videos even if it's not on his main channel, right? Because I mean, it's got like one of them got 140k views, the other one got 60k. It's still gonna happen. Obviously, it's gonna hurt it a little less than if it's his main channel. So I guess props to that. But
I mean, again,
it's like he should at least not give consent to repost the entire stream, to at least leave people like on YouTube the incentive to go watch the entire video. It's like
actually, to my knowledge, does impose some level of control. Like I believe he said outright that if he feels that his commentary on any particular video or something is insubstantive, then he will directly tell these channels like don't upload it. I'm pretty sure he said that, but I don't remember for sure, and that's only him in particular anyways. But again, I especially with my personal opinion on intellectual property and how it is predominantly a like large corporate like construct and thing for large corporations rather than any small creator to benefit from, as well as the fact that I pirate anime, as well as like
there we go back to the addict who's never going to admit they should ban the drug. There we go back to it, we go full circle.
Why you're like
I'm joking, but you know.
But in any case, my finding on the matter with Hassan in particular, and for a broader like drawing from that instance perspective, is that he does not have stake in control of an original video's he does not have stake in the original video's IP, and so they have the grounds to DMCA for the purpose of their original content, whereas he only has grounds to DMCA for his portion or involvement in it.
Mm-hmm.
So
I see what you mean.
Yeah. I guess there is something to be said about whether or not you like personally see it as ethical that he like allows people to do it. But with my perspective,
basically.
Yeah, but with my perspective on IP, and literally it's his like his perspective on IP is the reason why he has it this way as well. So it's like I don't think it's that much of a problem. In addition to the fact that at least for him in particular, but I'm pretty sure this is like broadly the case as well. It does not really statistically affect the videos. I think in some cases it kind of depends, but to my knowledge, statistically, the performance of videos are generally unaffected by live stream reactions and their uploads to YouTube. Not to mention, also, Hasan is like literally probably the worst example of a large streamer to use for any sort of like contention on the validity of React content, because he pauses and adds commentary onto these videos with like such an incredible level of frequency, especially as compared to other large streamers, that there was like an entire meme revolving around nicknaming him Pausanabi, because he pauses all the fucking time.
Again, like I said, it's not really about like how much the amount of time you pause. It's really the purpose of the reaction, and then like whether or not you leave the original video any reason to be watched after the reaction. Because whether or not, whatever your take on IP reaction, whatever it is, you can't disagree that once you've watched Hasan's reaction to one video, there's no point for you to go back and rewatch that video separately, unless you really loved it that much that you're just gonna rewatch the entire thing again. But I doubt you're gonna watch a 2-hour documentary again for that reason. And like most people are not gonna to, even if you do.
Well, first of all, I wasn't that interested in the documentary even when Hasan was watching it.
I mean, it's not
on a personal level.
Sure, but it's not like that's what I'm saying. It's not the point.
Second of all, and more importantly, actually, I do.
Hey, Empress Gnome, how are you doing?
I actually do think that there is reason to go back and watch the original videos. Again, specifically in regards to Hasan, because he's basically the only, like, not only, like, the only streamer I watch for the most part, but also but by the same, like, metric, the only large streamer I watch. So, but, like, there is reason to go back and watch those videos after he's reacted to them, because he provides such large amount and such substantive commentary, in addition to this was something I said on Twitter, but Twitch is dog shit when it comes to two things. You cannot rewind the broadcast, and you cannot pause the broadcast. So especially if you're watching the reaction live, and also they only keep VODs for a certain period of time. So especially if you're watching the reaction live, there is definitely reason to go over to that video and watch it independently, so that you can like pause, or like take breaks from it or whatever, rewind, how all sorts of like quality of life things, in addition to his commentary being so substantive that there is stuff to get out of the original videos without having him commenting over it. So that's how I think about it. Sure. And again, it doesn't hold much weight in regard to him in particular, for his like personal YouTube channel, because the videos are his personal YouTube channel is so heavily edited to like be directly about his commentary that you kind of like have to watch the original video in the case of any sort of reaction in order to actually watch the original video.
I mean, fair enough. But the thing is, my whole point about that is that the overlap between Twitch and YouTube is pretty big, right? There's not that many people who only watch Twitch. There are, but there's not that many people. So
yeah,
that's the thing.
I think that's in part because of the way that Twitch conducts itself and the type of content that Twitch is, because it's like kind of fucking stupid, and you would be stupid to only watch Twitch. But
yes,
that's the point.
Hello.
Oh hey.
Hello. The only reason we're here, by the way, is so we can watch anime, and I derailed Alexy because I wanted to have like conversations instead of
he's forcing me to talk about Asan Tiger.
I know. You said, hey man, you said that anybody who watches or likes him has so little brain power they're like unable to use a mop or whatever.
Yes.
So you are directly saying to me when you say that I cannot use a mop.
Exactly. I stand
I am dead. So I'm gonna fucking defend myself, alright?
No, you don't have a right. You're not.
I like his content.
Listen, you're like a sea cucumber. You don't have human rights.
I like his content. I like his content, and even for anybody who disagrees with his political opinions and political stances, I think it is kind of ridiculous to have any sort of malignance or hatred of him or his content. I think it's just silly.
Lemon. You know, it's been months since I had internet, months, years, and I go back to this. All I have to say is, Hassan, the reason people keep shitting on him is just because, you know, we could sit here and analyze the logistics, the facts, you know, all of that. That's cool. That's for lame people. The real reason they hate him is because of fucking times. He's such a dick. Like, he's like, you know, the store gets blown the fuck out. He's like, oh, you know, what a fucking guy, as he's sitting there as a millionaire eating tendies. It's just like not a good look, you know, it's bad optics.
You gotta admit that, Lemon. Then when he's reacting to a fucking newscast about this guy who's like a street vendor and how his fucking thing was like completely destroyed by a bunch of like kids were like rioting over fucking PS5s, and he just goes, hey, this is why I hate the local news, man. This is just $3 worth of Doritos. This is like pushing the outright pipeline. You're like, go fuck yourself.
No, exactly.
No, not exactly.
Yes, that is an entire misrepresentation of what he was getting at and
what context. No. What context justifies saying this?
The actual situation at hand. First of all, wasn't a riot. It
kind of turned into one. Whether or not what it is. Listen, there was like
only turned into a riot after police escalation.
Maybe not. That doesn't change things.
Okay. Lemon, I will pin you down. I will pin you down to this so we don't move the fucking goalpost. It's not about the situation, or if it was a riot, or if it wasn't a riot. It just shows a lack of human compassion to see someone in that situation and focus on like, well, the fucking news making such a big deal out of a fucking guy losing his store to a bunch of kids.
What do you mean lack of human compassion? The entire time he's talking about how the people who went to this poorly organized event are being like abused and arrested by the police for like no reason.
No reason? They were like jumping on cars and shit that destroyed this guy's fucking store. What do you mean no reason?
This was after they were already getting arrested. It was for no reason. These people are being brutalized for no reason.
I don't think like they were just, you know, completely peaceful staying in the street, and then the cops showed, and I was like, hey, you can't just like group up by like a fucking, you know, multiple thousands of people here. That's gonna cause problem. Please leave please disperse. And then they immediately started fucking burning the streets. I doubt this is how it happened.
No, that's not what happened. Do you think it is an adequate response for the police to bust out like batons and pepper spray and like I don't know if they got all of the riot gear out, but you think that's an acceptable response to a large gathering?
Okay. Depends on how the gathering is going and how it was going, maybe.
And how it was going was peaceful. There was like no harm being done by anybody or to anybody prior to the police being there.
Lemon, even if you're right, let's just say you're right, even if I don't think you are. Does that justify what the kids did? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I don't give a shit, police or not police. It doesn't justify it.
No, but here's the thing, Alexy.
And even if it did, why blame the fucking...
Literally... But here's the thing, Alexy. The news media was literally lying about what the kids were doing and spinning narratives that were disingenuous. And that was what the point of that section of his broadcast was about. Was showing you and telling you how the local news and the national news is lying about how the events going down are actually going down.
Okay,
that's the actual point. And sure, you can clip out of context like a minute or two of him like saying something stupid off cuff and frame him in a particular way. If you just ignore the several hours surrounding that in which he was expressing active compassion and criticism, active compassion towards the people who attended, and criticism of the people reporting on it.
Okay, Lemon, quick question. And this is your chance for a slam dunk or to just like admit that it's fucked up. Did kids break into some fucking stores and that person's store was reported on? That just is a fact. That just an event that happens. Like you could be like, oh my god, they're making such a big deal out of it. That's fine. He's still an asshole for doing it. He's still an asshole for being like, well, this guy's like, what is the couple of fucking dollars, says the millionaire. Like, he's just an asshole. I'm not even saying he's wrong. I'm just saying he's an asshole. Like, did they break into the store? Now, Lemon. That's literally my question.
Everybody fucking makes fun of people at times.
No, answer his question.
Everybody's a dickhead at times.
No, answer his question. That's important.
I actually don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Lemon, that was... that was what was being shown during the clip you reacted to.
I did not see that portion of his broadcast.
You didn't? You should look at the clip then.
The only thing I saw was
we find it funny because he's cracking a joke. Like it's a fucking joke.
But at the expense of like the people being fucked over by this.
Yeah, who's being fucked over? One street, or who's being fucked over more? One street vendor or thousands of teenagers in this situation?
All the people living there that didn't do or ass shit. Especially when you had some kids jumping over someone's cars as he was inside, breaking the shit as he was inside, and basically threatening his life. It's cruel and stupid, and it's also very dangerous. Because like, what would happen when you do that, right? It's at
dangerous.
best, you could kill someone. That person could panic and like start fucking driving his car over like countless people. Like a fuckload of thing could happen. Yeah. And this didn't happen because the cops were like, black people, let's just shoot them. That happened because fucking Kai Cenat promised like a bazillion PS5 to people, and then the bazillion kids just fucking showed up and started throwing shit.
Yes, the event was stupid, poorly planned, and ill-conceived.
Yes,
but
at least we agree.
But the event itself resulted in very minimal harm to the attendants and the surrounding area, outside of inconveniencing the area because of a large
Lemon. I don't think jumping on someone's car. I mean, this wasn't just one car. There were multiple cars destroyed, including, like I said, people inside, while like a dozen kids are jumping on it and breaking the windows and breaking the fucking roof. That's not minor inconvenience. Lemon, if tomorrow I'm jumping on your car until it's fucking unusable, this isn't a minor inconvenience. Like, those people are not like bazillionaires just, going from yacht to yacht. This is like your average Joe who's just gonna go to work tomorrow and they can't because their car is busted now.
You are severely over-exaggerating.
No, I'm not. Do you want me to pull out the fucking clips?
Go for it.
Have you ever been in a car accident, Lemon? Getting insurance to do anything is a fucking nightmare.
I have.
Yeah, and it's a fucking whole deal. Also, another thing, Lemon. Again, you keep doing this. I don't know if you do it unintentionally or so. You keep discussing the riots or discussing the legitimacy of like the situation. That's not what me and Alexy are talking about. We're just talking about like, hey, news broadcast says this dude's fucking store got fucking destroyed. That's
Here's
fucked
one.
up. Hassan.
They look
Hassan
absolutely
sitting there.
panicked by the. They look absolutely panicked by the cops. By the way.
Lol.
Yeah, what I am getting at is that when you hyper focus on this one instance of him being inconsiderate, perhaps under exaggerating, inconsiderate towards harm that was done to somebody, you are also simultaneously ignoring the consideration and empathy that he's expressing towards a larger number of people.
Yeah, larger number of people who committed crimes. Those are criminals, Lemon. It's like saying
So
you see like listen,
American police state.
Lemon. It's like when you see like, for example, right now I don't know if you know, but like there's like a park right in front of the Eiffel Tower currently that's being closed because women are being gang raped by migrants there at night. So they closed it, and it's like saying you see this and you're like, oh my god, those poor migrants! What are you doing? You know, it's like this fucking level of stupid. Obviously, it's an exaggeration, but that's what I'm saying. You're like, those people are not, you know, innocent Aladdin people. We're just, you know, trying to get back. No, those are a bunch of kids throwing shit because they can, and they're not just inconveniencing, but assaulting people, and destroying property because they can. Because that's what, you know, what happens usually when you have riots. That's what happens. So Hassan showing more. You see, this is actually playing even more into it. Hassan showing more compassion towards literal criminals than like literal victims who did nothing than just being there at the wrong time.
Because you know the kind of harm that is done to criminals.
No, those are not convicted criminals, okay? What I mean criminals is people who just committed a crime. They're not convicted yet. Most of them are kids. They're not in jail. They're not suffering fucking any, like, I don't know. They're not being, like, raped by cops as we speak. They're just kids who were very badly raised and just came here because their favorite streamer was, like, giving away PS5s. And they're like, hey, we're, like, a bazillion people. Let's just jump on cars now.
It is funny. It is cool. My policy is this. Once someone makes a certain amount of money, they become disconnected from the rest of fucking humanity. And that's literally it.
Here's the Hassan clip, by the way, in the chat. This is chat.
Like, that's just it. Hassan, for a fact, is a millionaire, and he's an asshole. Like, I always, like, this is not like one clip that they thought, oh, Hassan is an asshole to form this opinion about. No, he just is an asshole. He's like, wow, what a fucking privileged fucking ass.
He's live for like 8 hours a day. Of course he's gonna have public instances of being a dick. He said America deserved 9/11.
Yeah, that's not helping your point, Lemon.
He did do it though. He did do it.
Listen, I've streamed like 24-hour streams. I didn't go like, actually Japan deserved Hiroshima Nagasaki at the end.
You haven't done that.
I don't do that every day, sure. But even then, that will never rob me of my fucking basic human decency. I don't give a shit.
Simultaneously, the main second point, or the main like course of your content is literally controversial shit. He's a political commentator.
Lemon, just look at the clip of the thing. Just look at him just laughing about the guy being assaulted. Because it's not, I'm not saying it like, I'm not over-exaggerating. He got literally assaulted. He got like attacked like the back of the head, which could be deadly, by the way. He got his store ransacked, everything, and he's just laughing about it. And then he just goes on a rant about how like, oh, the media is pushing the right-wing narrative. It's just $30 of fucking Doritos. Actual quote. It's just $3 of fucking Doritos. Who gives a shit? You know, it's like even if he made a real good point, which I don't think it did. Like, at least show basic human decency. Like Nodi said, even outside of his politics, even outside of like his React content, whatever. Just that already is just like, to me, enough grounds to just like not like the guy. Because it's not even it's not even like a single instance of him doing that. He does that every week. Like, I've been on here for a while. He's been doing this shit for over like every fucking week. It happens all the time.
Hassan
news every fucking day.
Okay, Hassan is going through what I call the Elon effect, because here's it. I don't know if you fucking remember this, but like fucking 5 years ago, Elon Musk used to be like, oh my god, he's so cool and smart and genius and he can't do no wrong. Like, it wasn't like people were dunking on him until like, you know, he kept repeating and just showing how much of an asshole and a dumbass he is.
What are you talking about? That doesn't apply at all. Hassan has been dunked on for his entire Twitch streaming career. Even beyond
Deservedly so.
He's been routinely attacked.
Nephew.
For his entire time being at the Young Turks into now.
Yes.
Like it doesn't even remotely apply. Not to mention doesn't have nearly as much of a public presence as Elon Musk either.
God damn, Lemon, you fucking love this guy.
Yes. Lemon.
I do. I find him a valuable source of news coverage.
No.
Source of news.
That is like the least fucking accurate place to get your news at. It's like telling me, dude, leave Alex Jones alone. He gives very exciting, it gives very interesting coverage of the news.
What's a more accurate place to get the news, huh?
Anyone else? Literally anyone. You could watch Alex Jones and I would give you less of a shit.
Lemon?
You think Alex Jones is more accurate news than Hassan? You think
Yes.
that fucking the Daily Wire gives more accurate news than
Yes.
Hassan? You think that Fox News gives more accurate
Yes.
news than Hassan? This is fucking ridiculous.
Lemon, do you want accurate news? Just go to like dry news websites from, I guess since you're American, both sides. You can usually spot the differences if they exist. Like journalism, I know the meme is journalism is dead and whatever the fuck, but like journalism is like there. It's just like, you know, the main news outposts go for like the sensational stories that like get all the clicks. But if you just like want the news, you could just like read the news. That's like always a fucking option. You could just do that.
You know why I choose Hassan instead? First of all, because it's centralized and more focused on things that actually matter.
I mean, yeah, that's how they get you.
And second of all, because it's entertaining. That's why.
Well, I mean, you realize that it's literally the same exact reason people watch Fox News.
That's not the same reason people
Yes, they
watch
do!
Fox
It's
News.
because it's centralized and it entertains them. And also, like, satisfies their, like, natural biases. Which is the same thing as Sign does. Constantly.
Okay, Lemon, I hope you're realizing this. You're literally saying, oh, I watch Hassan to get the news. Oh, because he's entertainment. Okay, here's the thing. I'm not arguing that Hassan is not an entertainer, or like, you know, provides a certain level of fucking, you know, clownery or whatever the fuck. He's not a fucking journalist. That's literally it. If you give a shit about the news, just go read the news. But like, I don't know, he's a fucking Twitch streamer, like all the other fucking Twitch streamers. That's literally it. He's just leafy but Turkish and like 10 years too late.
What? No.
She's fucking right.
Not to mention, in regards to him being a dick, even still, you have to ignore the substantial amount of like hard evidence that he routinely and regularly redistributes the money that he earns streaming on Twitch back into charities, organizing charity events, labor unions. He joined the writer's strike. He gave it positive coverage. He does a whole metric fucking shitload of things with the money that he earns that
does not
demonstrate
that does not mean he's not a dick.
Yeah.
Like
it certainly shows positively on his character.
It doesn't. It's performative. Like anyone who just has enough money could do that and not say anything about the character. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't even go for it's performative. Dude, good for the world that Hassan is giving away money to people. You can still be a fucking asshole and a piece of shit. I don't know if you know this, Salman, but my man, my favorite guy, Epstein sure was the head of organizations about charity. I don't think that makes him, not
No.
a decent.
No, Epstein was good. I'm Epstein's top guy.
I understand that.
Empress Gnome
charity
hold up. Empress Gnome described this conversation really good. This is like watching three children fighting over the best Power Ranger and one of them snorting too much glue. You're right, and the best one is the pink one. Fuck you.
No, I understand that charity is fucking stupid and bullshit, broadly speaking, and not necessarily reflective of one's character, especially in regards to how the wealthiest of individuals use it, especially to mask their more harmful deeds that earn them more money.
Good choice.
But like, I honestly think that you have to like not even bother to try and watch his content to think that he is some kind of, like, generally speaking, asshole, like as like an individual, and in regards to
listen, I barely managed to make it through a clip on Twitter, and I have to like. It's basically when I see it in my timeline for the fifth time, I'm like, okay, this time I'm actually gonna listen to what he says, and every time I regret it.
Yeah, and that clip is specifically chosen and singled out and pushed to you because it paints
counterpoint. I do watch other streamers. Some of them do reactions and video responses, including Asan, in which they, like I explained it to you earlier, they take the entire video and just go by it chronologically, and they pause through it and whatever. So I've technically watched entire videos, including the one you sent me about the Friends protest and stuff. I've hated every single one of them with a passion. It's impossible to watch him. I hate him. I hate him so much. Like, I don't even hate him due to previous biases, I could talk and argue and be cool with a guy with different political opinions. I have done so. We're cool, even though, like, I have vastly different opinions from you. But like Asana, it's just like I absolutely hate him personally.
Yeah,
like,
so it's all vibes based. It's all vibes based.
No, it's not vibes based. It's not vibes based. I hate what he says. I hate what he says with a passion.
Yeah,
he sounds like
you simultaneously disagree with him, and you have a vibes-based opinion of him as a person.
Yeah, but I can't separate the two. I can't be like, oh, this guy that I hate makes a good point, and I can't be like, this guy that I like makes a horrible point.
Lamed, are you really busting out you're biased about a person based on his opinions? Fuck, I'm biased about everything. Welcome to life.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you see this person, and the way that you perceive his attitude, the way it comes across to you, is a certain way. And that caused you to develop that sort of attitude towards him, where you consider him to be a dick, even when his like actual literal actions that he does and the content of the words that he says indicates the opposite. You don't like the impression that he gives off. So based on the vibes that he gives you, you're like, man, I don't like this guy.
It's not the vibes, it's what he says.
I don't like him that he's sitting on it. I don't like that he's sitting on his ass eating tendies, talking about, I'm like, oh my god, they're exaggerating the store being destroyed. What a bunch of losers. As he's chomping on tendies, getting Twitch donations. Lemon, I don't like that. I'm sorry to tell you, bro, I just don't like it. I'm like, what a dick. It's just simply put, what a dick. That you have such... He's just... You know what? I don't want to talk about him anymore because he's just another fucking Twitch streamer who's a rich, young dumbass with too much money and too much time who thinks his opinion matters or he can like change the world. That's literally it. Like, he's just another asshole among the sea of assholes.
He just happens to have a very important uncle, which means that he gets to be in everyone's timeline forever.
Well, that's not the reason why he's popular.
I mean, that's how he started.
Clear. It's yeah.
You know,
it's
when
how
he says that like
started,
capitalists can
but-
only grow by inheriting money, he's talking about himself.
Like,
Well,
he's
first of all,
including
he-
statements.
well,
Money
first
or
of all, he
power. To get more precise, I know you're gonna say, "Oh, he didn't inherit money." I'm like, yeah, that's not exactly what I meant.
he was a beneficiary of nepotism. Yes, this is true. If anything, his success on that metric proves what he says about capitalism.
Well, I mean, nepotism will exist in
So-
every single like structure, whether it's capitalism, communism, anarchy, feudalism,
Yes,
especially
well, yes,
feudalism.
But he was also able to receive a high quality education, and
I doubt that's about
freedom.
it. You don't
and
need
freedom
education
in
to
rece-
like
and-
eat chicken
and freedom
tendies
in-
and react to the news. I could do it. Anyone could do it. Hassan's like political opinions and intelligence really isn't that high. Don't worry, it's not kept that hard.
He has far more significant of a knowledge base than somebody who has not received an education.
Okay,
Like-
Lemon.
He has very
Again.
obviously read like a pretty significant amount of like literature.
Lemon. Are you truly stooping so low to be like Hassan went to school? He knows better. Are you really making Lemon?
No. I'm not saying because he went to school he knows better. I'm saying he had the capacity to go to school, which instantly put him in a better position to succeed than those who have not had that opportunity because of the capitalist organization of society.
Well, that's just nepotism in general. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not exactly. It's kind of
It
nepotism,
is.
but it's more accurately that he came from a successful family, and so he was able to benefit from like the wealth that they accumulated and the education that they were able to provide for him.
Can we go back to grassroots, Lemon? Let's go back to grassroots. You like Hassan? That's cool and epic. We don't like Hassan. That's about it.
That's cool and
and
too.
Yeah, I get it. I just think your reasons are ridiculous. This is all.
I like that throughout all of this you keep like making all these grand arguments about his life or like his education or like any sort of other types, and like there is just a clip of him saying what a loser, reported on this fucking store getting destroyed. That's simply a cunt move. That is just a cunt move. No amount of context can make that not a cunt move. I don't know, like how can I like wire your brain to get that? 9 out of 10 people, if they see someone saying that, they'd be like, what a cunt. That is like most people's reaction. Like that's literally the beginning and end of the argument is like, what a cunt for saying that.
Hey, Empress, no, I'm sorry about the shit show this turned into.
And I think that is a weird like reception to have on that, because I did watch that clip and I do know the context of it, in which he is criticizing local media for completely disproportionately overblowing the situation that unfolded. And he is not like directly making fun of this poor victim who got robbed of some
He is, though.
honestly probably small like level of snacks, although sure he sustained a
Oh my god, Lemon,
a
that's such
small
an
attack.
asshole thing. What you just did right now was an asshole thing to do. It was like, oh, you know, he didn't lose that much. Lemon.
no
Hey,
what,
Joseph,
what
how you
I'm
doing?
no
Let me
what
get
I'm
some
getting at
water.
is what I'm getting at is literally the quote that was emphasized in that post, where he says the media is treating a $3 bag of Doritos like it's a goddamn bank run, or as close to that. Where sure, the $3 bag of Doritos is an under exaggeration of the damages that was sustained, but it doesn't change the criticism of local media treating the thing that happened as like this sort of cataclysmic like event that they're treating it like a bank run. Like
They're treating it like
it's a silly,
a guy who was
disproportionate
assaulted
reporting of
and
the matter.
robbed.
Yeah, okay, Lemon, right now, just really simple. I don't care about the riot either way, and I don't care about the logistics of the news media, and I don't care about any of that. I just care that a dude got his store destroyed. That is just it. Like, okay, Lemon, I'll give you this. His criticisms are valid. Yes, the local media will blow shit out of proportion out of a lot of things, but like you saying, oh, this is just one store that got destroyed, who gives a fuck? He's just an asshole thing to do. Like, sure, he's making a correct point. Like, I don't know how to, he's making a correct point, Lemon. He is definitely 100% making a correct point. He's just an asshole about it. He's just an asshole about it.
He's also not saying he doesn't give a shit about the fact that the store was robbed.
He does though.
No, that's not what
he does though.
No, it's not what he's saying.
This is funny. This is hilarious. This is peak comedy.
It is. Thank you, by the way, No Need, for jumping on the stream. You made it even funnier. Wait, isn't there 4 of you? No, there's only 3 of us. That is me, Lemon, and No Need. We're in VC, by the way. If you somehow want to jump on.
It just is funny. It just is funny to me. I don't know if I'm just desensitized after years and years of fuck-ups. It's just like, immediately when somebody says Twitch streamer, YouTuber, tech entrepreneur, whenever any of these words come out...
Wait, what was that last one? Something entrepreneur?
Tech
entrepreneur.
Tech entrepreneur especially is
you
like...
you mean look crypto bro?
Idiots. Those guys especially are fucking idiots.
Yeah, but whenever someone says that, I'm just like... They're usually just a bunch... Okay, when I was 14 and 13... When I was 14 and 13, I used to watch a lot of YouTubers. Now I'm like 22, 23. Let me tell you right now, it is so sad to think about it. Like 70% of those YouTubers are in jail for like fucking weird crimes and just horrific shit they use their money and power for.
Oh, POV, you were watching Minecraft YouTubers in your teens and you find out you actually had a chance with any of them?
I mean, yeah, it's incredibly easy and unfortunately normal for these online presences to do some stupid shit, or in some cases do some fucked up shit.
They do a little
it's unfortunately normal. It's unfortunately very normal.
I think,
officer, when I say that, when I say that America deserved 9/11, it was just a troll.
No, well, I mean, again, that is also ignoring like
that is
let me say it. Although, like, yeah, that's like that's very poor phrasing.
Listen,
but...
it's like it's like if I said, it's like if I wanted to argue that, the U.S. bombing Japan, nuking Japan with World War II led to them surrendering and led to the end of the war. It's like if I argue that by saying, you know what, fuck the Japs, they deserve Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That would be absolutely awful. By the way, this is a hypothetical quotation. Do not report me for this.
Do not kill me.
Do not clip me out of context and put me on Twitter and make me blow up and make me have 20 billion subscribers tomorrow.
So again, that goes back to what I said before, is he is live for a large amount of time covering controversial topics, and yeah, it's also part of his like disposition and the way that he talks about it, that he sometimes gets like inflamed, shall I say, and says some off the cuff shit that is poorly phrased.
I think okay. Maybe it happens to him a lot. You know, we don't know the guy, what he did in his life, and I haven't done enough research about him. But like, okay, Lemon, the general opinion is this, and you know, I'll give credit to one motherfucker who said this. I don't remember the YouTuber. I'll try and like, you know, use my gears too. But he just said this. Like, he was like, hey, if you're an online personality, there is a giant level of ego and just disconnect from the rest of humanity. Not in like a grandiose philosophical way. It's just like, hey, most YouTubers are like between the ages of like, now with TikTok, it's like between the age of like 17 to like 28, like young 20s, and they just like come into a giant amount of money for way less effort than what people like in normal life do. Like, I'm not saying that streaming is not a job or a work or whatever. I'm just saying
It
if
will
you're like
make
a
you
fucking
rich really
18-year-old,
quick if you succeed.
There's definitely a fair number of them that get like exceptionally wealthy for proportionately or for disproportionate amount of work,
and
like the Pauls, the Logan type people.
My bad.
Yeah, and that doesn't even like matter because like, hey, ironically, like, hey, like think of yourself as a fucking idiot fucking 17-year-old, and I just give you like a bunch of money, and just like you're going on trips and meeting fucking people way older than you probably, and like doing all this crazy stuff. That's just gonna fuck with you. Like you're really gonna like a disconnect between you and like most people. And I think that's and I think Hassan is just one of those guys. He's like he's too fun. He thinks he's too smart, and he might be sure, but he's just he is literally in the upper class of society. He's just an upper class society. That's true.
I'm pretty sure he does like regard himself as an idiot.
Yeah, he is a self-admitted himbo. Yeah, we didn't call him a himbo because I prefer the term himbo not to be soiled with Hassan Piker. But
he regularly refers to himself as a himbo, and to an extent, and to like a contextual like way that I don't think he legitimately thinks himself is terribly smart, especially since his brother is literally like an aerospace engineer. So he doesn't regard himself as terribly smart.
I wonder if it's like the Bensane / Nate duality, where like one is an ultra lefty like armchair socialist on YouTube, Twitch, and the other one is just Giga Chad fucking ultra right wing. That would be really funny if his brother is like not only just has a regular job that pays well, but he's just like incredibly conservative. That would be really funny.
No, I'm pretty sure the farthest right his brother is like a social democrat, if anything. But in any case, the way that I look at this, like what you're talking about, no need with like YouTubers and Twitch streamers and whatever, is it's a lot like conventional celebrities, except you're like you are even more public than they are, and you are far less capable of getting away with doing illegal shit. In addition to most of them being younger than a lot of celebrities too, by the time they get their amount of money. But there are plenty of like young celebrities as well. It's just that conventional celebrities are able to get away with far more illegal shit, and their private lives are a lot more separate from their whatever content that they are involved in.
Fair enough, but I don't like celebrities either.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because celebrities often do really dumb shit. And
at best, they're usually dumbasses who are very disconnected from reality. Which, like I said, at best, Hassan Piker is a douchebag who is very disconnected from reality. At best. To me.
I would not say that, but
here's the thing. Maybe I'm projecting too much to poor Hassan Piker. He's a a fellow brown man. How could I? How dare I?
Brown solidarity, you say?
No solidarity.
No, he's not one of yours. He's only like 10%. Don't give him the pass.
No, I mean, no, he is like heretically, definitely Turkish.
He's also definitely Californian.
He's just, he's also super white passing. So
he's not just white passing. I give him the pass. He is honorary white.
He's an honorary white, but you can still see it in his face. I recognize a fellow melanin bro. Amen.
This is the real reason why I hate him. I hate brown people and I hate Hassan Piker. Not because I hate socialism, not because I think he's a hypocrite or an asshole, but because he's brown.
He's also a super like Giga Chad of a brown fellow too. He's very tall and fit. He's very tall and fit.
Okay. Hold on right there. Most fucking brown people I know are over 6 feet. Stop.
Really? I mean, you're from like a different area of brown, though, aren't you? Because Morocco is like more like.
How'd you get that on Twitch 101? Yeah, I mean, earlier I said, Japan deserved the 2 blobs, and then now I say I hate brown people. I'm trying to speedrun how to get banned. Oh, let me try something. Okay, no,
no, but like
maybe next time.
But like about Hassan, I just like. I feel weird about this comment for you because I'm like, it's just a matter of time before some sus shit come out about him. Like he's gonna do some unhinged lunacy, and it's gonna be like 5 years from now.
I would argue he did before, but usually people give it a pass, or people say, it's not that fucked up, or whatever.
I mean, if that's the case, then I'll change my mind about him if he's done some fucked up shit. To my knowledge, the closest that he has gotten to something like legitimately fucked up is accidentally, he purposefully made fun of somebody's hairline who was actively telling him to kill himself on Twitter, but that person was black and he didn't recognize that like it is an American like very racist thing to do to comment on black women's hairlines. And so he's
just an asshole. He's just an asshole.
He will get into those situations regardless of if it does it intentionally or not.
All right,
that's how he is.
Well, in regards to him being an asshole in this situation, keep in mind this lady was not only herself telling him to kill himself, but rallying her entire like fan base of like 1 million followers.
No,
yo, there, if you could kill yourself off, let's go.
So when you have like a deluge of people telling you to kill yourself,
you pull the Uno reverse card. I get it. I do it too.
For having a level of irritability in response to that.
It's hilarious, and I love every second of it. Why the fuck did I join this call? I just literally wanted to say one thing to Lemon. I was like, hey Lemon, I remembered the fucking thing I'm supposed to make for you.
Listen.
That's dope.
It's fine, no need. Thank you for coming to the PC because you made it really funny.
Yeah.
And
yes,
I mean,
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm still not sure how I feel about the script because I'm like inexperienced with that kind of thing. I also technically wrote it in like 2 days, but
I
don't know how I would change it. So
I mean, I'm gonna start working on it this week or next. I just want to finish up a back catalog from like fucking the last month and a half, but I will just work on it. I swear
you've had no internet. Well, I mean, I think there's not any particular rush to like get it done and out. So
Lemon, the best thing to ever happen was not having internet for like most of fucking July and half of June. That was, I was like, you know what? Dude. Real life guys touching grass might actually work, bros.
Wait, I thought you were blind. Don't you? I thought you were brown. Don't you mean touching sand? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Okay, no, Alexy, please don't hate me.
Okay, Alexy, you're like 14 kilometers away. You were talking about the
riots.
A lie. Alexy, it's time to get banned, baby, right now.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? I spend a week every year without. Well, usually it's actually more like a weekend, but this past year is a week. Every year without internet up in the mountains. It's pretty nice. It's relaxing, especially up there since there's like fucking no pollution and yeah, excuse me. And very clean air. So it's like super peaceful and nice and relaxing.
It must be nice.
Until the children show up.
think that the world will be a better place if Twitter was deleted. I don't use Twitter.
Well, I mean, it's on the fast track.
Listen, no need. I needed to hold it for just 1 year. Just 1 year so I can still have revenue until I'm a mangaka. Just 1 year. Elon, please, just hold it for 1 year. Just 1 year. Also, make the algorithm fixed again, please.
Is it? Oh, the alternative one that gained popularity was the one that Mark Zuckerberg released.
Oh yeah, Threads.
Right.
It died like in 2 days.
Yeah.
It was really funny.
From what I heard, it was because like it released too early with not enough features.
Yes.
So
everyone joined in. It was like, wait a minute, the site is just completely empty.
Yeah.
And there's like more censorship criteria to like whatever you say and shit. Like it's more strict on like its moderation. Why am I here?
Yeah,
and then it just came back.
There's good reason for that. Like Twitter lost a significant amount of advertising revenue.
I mean, sure, but like for example, like you can post NSFW on Twitter. That's like the big reason why Tumblr like fucking collapsed and like every Tumblr just switched to Twitter.
Are you not allowed to even post like censored NSFW on Threads?
Nope.
That seems like a bit of an oversight.
Do you see why it died immediately?
Well, okay, I don't think that's the reason it died.
Oh, trust me, I know Twitter users. That's why it died immediately.
I think Twitter is just still popular enough amongst its former user base, and still has enough of a like staying power, such like collective understanding of its place in technologic society, that it still has its purpose. But it is on its fast track to like collapsing as a literal website.
No, I don't think so. Like honestly, okay. The wish is for Twitter to be deleted because I don't use it. The only time I use Twitter is when I see someone linking a tweet and I'm like, it's always the most depressing or infuriating shit. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this website is a hellscape. But like, I don't think
it is, but it's the funniest hellscape.
There's not a lot of positivity on Twitter, as to be fair.
No, zero.
It actually functions decently well as like a news dissemination site of like independent like reporters and people like live updating like findings and stuff like that. But other than that, like the comments that people say about those news stories and like the things people say to each other and the things people post about, pretty fucking cancerous.
Horrific.
Listen,
especially now with the blue checkmark stuff.
I just love it. I just love it how like every single day I see kill yourself off on Twitter. It's so amazing. Like two fan bases will just randomly clash for no reason, and like a barrage of death threats will just fucking fly in every direction. It's beautiful. I love it.
Okay. As an evil person that I am, I'm like, it's just literally scientifically, factually not healthy for you to see that amount of like, kill yourself. Everything sucks. Kill yourself. Nobody matters. Just kill yourself. It's just like, this is just so depressingly fucking strange.
I'm lucky enough to not get that much videos on Twitter. Timeline. I don't follow enough people or interact with posts on Twitter enough to get that kind of shit showing up. So I'm in the good Buddha zone.
I'm going there like full force. I'm going to the For You tab. I'm getting all of it, baby.
Yeah, that's why you're complaining about Hassan every week.
For You tab, bros. The For You tab. No, but I don't think Twitter will collapse. I know it's a meme. I think it will go the way of Facebook. Yeah. AKA, it has enough of an autistic fan base that will literally not change, and people will just make a new website and move into, and then the cycle will happen again.
We need Tumblr to be allow NSFW.
No, there's pretty significant differences between the trajectory and state of Twitter as opposed to Facebook, because whereas Facebook has lost its user base due to like it growing older and obsolete, and also some of the stuff that they've like allowed on there and pushed on there is kind of like unhinged. But it was never a failure of like a business. It always made money, and I don't think it was ever in any amount of debt. Whereas Twitter is
Twitter was always fucked.
in very active and imminent jeopardy of being shut down as a business due to the debt that it is in and its inability to make money to pay off said debt.
Listen. You may or may not like Twitter, but hold up. I'm gonna send you a screenshot. You just can't tell me this isn't the best website on the internet. Look at VC chat.
By the way, Alexy, who was talking in chat?
We had
Impress Gnome.
Impress Gnome, yes.
Okay.
Look at VC chat.
You need to send a message. Italian man.
Italian crushed to death under falling cheese wheels.
See, this is the only place you can see this shit on the internet without it being like a private Discord or something where you just, have the right people with the right sense of humor. So you will just see the most unhinged fucking response to like the most tragic shit.
There are some funny ass tweets that happen on Twitter, man. Some funny ass tweets.
I need to retweet that. That's so funny.
Oh yeah, and then there's also the fact that whatever like brand recognition that Twitter or whatever like market it had left, despite its massive imminent debt, due to brand recognition, is being effectively tossed out the window in an attempt to rebrand it as X.
Yeah.
And Elon Musk wants to turn it into a sort of everything app, like is the case. I forget the name of the app, but there's one in China. But the problem is he fired 70% of his workforce and doesn't have the money to like even hire really any larger amount of the workforce. So he like does not have the manpower to create or turn it into.
He also forgot something really important. Elon Musk is a very stupid man. And he really thinks he's smart. He really thinks he's really smart.
He found love words, man.
I don't, this is a bit because I'm gonna leave and I like, thematic points, just like a story. Elon Musk is really funny to me because when I was like a literal teenager in high school, I know some people who are like, oh my god, this guy's a fucking genius and blah blah blah, and he's like the new what's his name, Steve Jobs or whatever the fuck.
To be fair, he had some solid PR in the early part of his career.
Y'all glue eaters still debating. We're almost done. We're gonna watch anime soon.
Yes. Since he came into ownership of Tesla, he's had some solid PR. However, disingenuous and full of lies and stupid it was. Yes. And stupid he is.
The one thing Elon is good at is making people think he's smart. He's a great.
He's not even good at that anymore.
Well, it's hard because it's a lie. At some point, the more you publicize yourself, the harder it's gonna get to actually lie.
He was good at that 7 to 10 years ago. He's definitely not good at that anymore.
No. It's this is the thing again. Why I give people like this so little credit, and I'm so weirdly against. This is okay, forget Elon Musk for a second. I think back to Steve Jobs when I was a literal fucking child, and even older siblings. I'm talking 2005. The internet, at least where I live, was still in its early phases. Literally maybe 2 people had computers, and even here they're oh my god, Steve Jobs is this fucking genius across the fucking planet. What a guy. And then he dies. And he's oh my god, he was a messiah of technology. And then years pass, and then he was an asshole. He was an abusive piece of shit. He fired most of the people that actually made the iPhone once he had the model.
He didn't actually engineer any of it. He only sold it.
And he didn't do anything. He was just rich.
Oh,
I don't
so they're right about Elon Musk being the new Steve Jobs.
I'm bros. I think after that point, I'm bros, we cannot keep doing this. We cannot keep. This is the new
and
genius
then you
guy.
see the most fucking Reddit guy of all time. You're guys, did you see what Elon Musk just did?
Dude, the only time it's ever true is with like an actual scientist, and it only ever happens like after they've already spent 30 years doing research.
And then Elon just goes to like a fucking dumb shit interview and just goes, yeah, we'll go to Mars in
We'll
10
have autonomous
minutes.
driving by next year. Fully autonomous driving by next year.
You will be teleported to
Says that
your
for, like,
mother's
5 years
asshole
consecutively.
next year. I love how
We will
like
be
Elon
on
Musk
Mars
promises the
within the
trip
next
to
few
Mars.
years.
Elon Musk promises the next trip to Mars every 2 years, and then he delays it by 2 years every 2 years. It's amazing. It's
And I wasn't exaggerating when he promises the full autonomous driving every single year either.
yeah. He did that. He did that with the Hyperloop until it just failed and turned into a fucking like closed
Okay, and
one-way tunnel under Vegas.
Yeah,
and then he just never talked about it again.
Literally anybody with a brain cell would have recognized that Hyperloop as being stupid. The rest of the shit you can give benefit of the doubt because you could like qualify it as like new scientific ground. He's like pushing boundaries or whatever, even if he's not the one doing it, and he's lying, and he's a dumbass. But the Hyperloop is just like immediately, conceptually, terrible idea.
There's also sending people, replacing planes with literal fucking rockets. That was a thing too. Like, oh, you're gonna get to like from the US to like South Africa in like 2 minutes. Like, yeah. After like 70 hours of fucking pre-flight like check-in, and you're gonna like come out of the like spaceship as a fucking pulp.
It's just weird to me, and I'm also guilty of this because it's like, hey, do any of the people here know the names of the engineers who made the iPhone?
No, we don't.
No.
Besides Wozniak, no.
Actually, I know all of them.
Actually, I'm not even entirely sure how much Wozniak had to do with it, to be fair.
Scott the Woz?
Alexy, we're gonna have the one person in chat who's like, I do know all of them. Haha. No, but it's like, dude.
Anna. Sorry, I had to
smart.
do the redeem. Oh, my mic is falling apart. Shit. Ah, fuck. Keep going.
No, it just is weird and funny to me that they just keep getting away with it. Every couple of fucking years, some new asshole or online personality or fuckers like, I'm the new fucking smart, cool guy who's gonna solve all the issues. And then they just turn out to be hacks. And we're living in that cycle since the beginning of time.
Nah, bro, you know that guy Sam Bankman-Fried or whatever? No, that guy, I trust him. I will give him all my money so I can buy his crypto. It's definitely not a scam, dude. He plays League of Legends during meetings. He's such a cool dude.
Bill Gates has managed to get away with it.
Bill Gates managed to get away with it. People don't like Bill Gates.
I mean, but he still generally has a reputation as like the founder and of Microsoft. And
listen,
Microsoft,
even his
of
wife
course,
left him at the end of the day.
The dominant software used across the world for PCs.
I have an excuse for Bill Gates. He's fucking old. Like if Bill Gates was like in peak.
Nah, but apparently he was like being cucked his entire life or something like that. It was like really sad.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Did he? I feel like I heard he got divorced from Melinda Gates.
Yeah,
but I don't fully remember.
Yeah, he did get divorced. I told you.
They still apparently run that. They still apparently run that bullshit charity, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, though.
Mm-hmm. But he put the nanomachines in the COVID vaccine to turn me into Senator Armstrong.
Yeah, only if anything, he's like a major contributor to less people being vaccinated.
Therefore, he is base.
He like went out of his way at some point in time to make some company retain a patent for a vaccine that made it harder to distribute both nationally and globally. It's something along those lines. I don't remember the details, but either way, he's a fucking dick when it comes to vaccines. At the very least, vaccines and public education are two things Bill Gates fucked up considerably, or public education in the United States, I should say. Anyways, should we go back to watching dog shit anime?
We should go back to watch dog shit anime,
Uh,
and I'm gonna.
So
I just finished this illustration for you, Lemon, my dear friend Lemon. Which one was it?
Nito Burrito.
I think the
It's
last one was
Otis.
7 then. Yeah, but I was talking about the number. I think the last
Oh
one
yeah,
was 7.
you do numbers.
Yeah, so lemon 18, and if it's not that, I'm gonna kill you.
Now you have to draw the French one.
Oh.
The one from the French novel that Alexy did not read, even though it is
I
globally
didn't
very
read a single
famous.
fucking novel. Like, I maybe read like a passage of the Miserables. That's it.
I mean, I'm just more so to a certain extent surprised they didn't have you read it in high school.
They did. That's why I read like a passage.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying layman. I'm saying this book in particular, which is it's not Waiting for Godot. Fuck. I might have said it in our DMs.
Also, I think you
All I
probably
said it was a French novel.
You probably misspelled it, right? Is it Morceau? No, it's Morceau.
Yeah,
That's not
Marcel.
what you Alexi. What is
Yeah,
this anime?
MEURSAULT. Oh, did I forget
Okay.
the U?
No, you did.
Or did it?
You did. You did get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Not for a
What
second.
is this anime, Alex? What is this anime before I leave?
Please, Lemon, tell me about the
It's
anime.
oh my god.
No, it's good.
The
It's
Stranger,
so
that's the name of
good.
the book. Dude, it's so good. No need. Remember when the artist formerly known as Digi made a very long video series breaking down a series called The Asterisk War and
Yes.
why it's dog shit?
Yes.
Take that, and what are we now, like 8 years later?
Oh,
This
yeah, at least.
is
10 years
literally
later.
in every single possible way the second coming of the Asterisk War in every way except for like plot conceit. It's like the beat for beat.
I'm gonna
like,
be right back. By the way, while you
events of the
explain
show,
to them and set up the anime, I gotta take a piss. I'll be back in a minute.
the beat for beat like happenings and events of the show effectively line up directly with the Asterisk War. It's got the same like character tropes too, except for the teacher. Actually, they don't have like a stupid fucking delinquent teacher. But it's just so bad. It's this really shitty high school light novel adaptation. But instead of being a shitty like battle shonen light novel, it is instead a shitty gambling game series. And
What?
so the conceit of this show is that they go to this like island of high schools where they all play games against each other. If you like win the game, you get like a star that indicates how good you are at games. But there's some really batshit stupid special rules that apply to how these games work. The first of which being, not only can you play like literally any game, which is fine, but depending on how many stars you have, which again is up to 7, you can use basically cheat abilities. And so anybody of a higher rank has like an infinitely larger advantage than anybody of lower rank at winning any particular game, because these abilities that they give them are like literally fucking cheating. And then on top of that, the main character of this show is stated to have like low entrance exam scores and he's like bad at games or whatever, but he stumbles his way into being like super special or whatever. And so the way that they have him uphold his status as a top contender is by not just cheating within the system, but cheating externally from the system as well, by literally hacking every single game that they play so that they can just fucking win. They don't just cheat within the system, they literally cheat the system. It is fucking stupid.
10 out of 10. 10
No,
out of
it makes no goddamn sense. So you have like the red-haired tsundere, you have like the silver/white-haired Kudere, who also is a maid, apparently. It's stupid. I forget. So the first episode of this show, I think, is most illustrative of like how bad it is. Also, there's like too much exposition, a shitload of exposition. It's really boring and obnoxious to watch. But that aside, the first episode of this perfectly sets up how bad the show is going to be, where this is also like futuristic technology, also ripping from the Asterisk War, in which people can have like just ambient floating light projections of like screens and whatnot, and also apparently generate like fake light beam swords from their phones or some bullshit. Anyways, this guy, this main character, apparently can't even like read a fucking map or use a GPS, because he gets lost on the way to his school. And so he comes across the tsundere, who like kindly helps him out and guides him. And when they get to their destination, a sprinkler spontaneously turns on and literally douses her like a fire hydrant in water. And of course, the show being poorly written and its character being a dumbass, she immediately thinks that this is like a setup from this guy, even though he very clearly doesn't know what the fuck is going on or what he's doing.
I'm back, boys.
And challenges him to a game. And the game she challenges him to is like, you laugh, you lose, but if you make any facial expression, you lose. And what ends up happening is that when it gets onto like her turn, or rather his turn to try and change her facial expression, the sprinkler turns on again and douses her in water again. And she, at this point, they've drawn something of a crowd, and so she gets like really fucking embarrassed. And it causes her to change her facial expression and lose the game. Because it's really stupid. She got doused by a sprinkler. But the other component of it that makes it really stupid is the actual designs of the outfits, of the uniforms that they wear. Because if I find a nice like screenshot of her, nope, that's the opening. Nope. That's close up. There we go. If you look at her outfit, you'll notice only a very small component of it externally is white. And that component situates above her sternum and above her cleavage for the most part. When she gets doused with water, when it gets doused with water, understandably, it becomes see-through to some extent. And you can literally see just the outline of her bra underneath it. But the way she gets embarrassed, it is as though the entirety of her chest is now exposed. That you can see like the entirety of her bra. Meanwhile, it's just this little tiny fucking like boob window. That's not even a boob window. It's like, why would you get embarrassed over that? That's so stupid.
Anime is bad, and we accept this. You know what I'm looking forward to before I leave is a Reborn. Knowing I was here. That's gonna be my favorite part of this entire interaction.
I told him.
You told him?
Yes. I was like, Reborn, it's so funny. Me and Lemon are having a Sandpacker debate. He was like, no, stop it immediately. And then I said, don't worry, nobody jump in. And he's like, okay, never mind, base.
Reborn will never know my secrets ever. Reborn is like. Reborn is probably
no, I'm not gonna say. That was. I wanted to do a meme, and I was like, "Oh, come on! I did it too much tonight. It's getting bad."
No, stop, Alexy, stop. Reborn will wonder why a video is late. It's because I didn't tell him. I broke a fucking finger, so working with a mouse is getting real fucking slow.
Dude, tell him that.
That's pretty fucking unfortunate.
Also, I'm sorry you broke your finger.
No, it was just like a gym accident.
Well, even then, just tell him you had an accident. It's fine.
It's pretty fucking unfortunate.
It's my small little fucking pinky. So it is like workable, but it just hurts.
You know what extra sucks, Alexy? I remember when we left off, I had something to say where we left off in this anime. I've totally forgotten what it was.
Oh, I'm so glad you did.
I'm so disappointed I did. I was gonna roast the shit out of it some more.
You're gonna randomly fucking remember like 10 minutes later and go on a 2-hour tangents. It's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, just tell Reborn. It's fine. He's not gonna fucking. He's not gonna fucking like whip you to go back to work.
No,
Reborn needs to give you healthcare.
Yeah,
no.
Get a fucking American. Let him give you healthcare. Not Canadian one.
Here's the thing, because I did videos for Lumia and I still do the occasional Nate video. Whenever I work on a shredded video, my internet gets nuked. I fucking burn my hand. I break
that
a
happened,
finger.
yes.
It truly is just.
Wait, that all
funny.
happened back to back actually since the last video.
Yup. It really is really fucking funny.
Okay. Just tell Reborn. You know what? I'm actually really fucking cursed with shredded. So if you want me to keep editing, you're gonna have to double my pay, or I'm gonna have to fuck off for my life.
No, it just is funny to me. But yes, enjoy your anime. Goodbye.
We'll try.
See
Thank you
you
for coming
later.
on the
Love
stream.
you.
By the way,
The only way I can
whenever
enjoy this is by dunking on it. So
yeah. By the way, feel free to jump back in on VC whenever you see us in the normal VC.
Yeah.
It's really fun to have you around. Also, I'm not sure yet, but I want to bring back the gaming Sundays or Saturdays or whatever. So I'll be on VC during those days if you want to join whenever. We'll probably watch anime at the same time too. So
I shall witness. It's just about if I'm awake or not, because obviously, I want to say if I'm awake, Alexy, you're such a fucker because you're in the same time zone. You know, it's like fucking 2 a.m. for both of us.
Dude, I wake up at noon now, but before that, I was waking up at like 1 or 2 p.m. Now I wake up at noon. Because, I mean, I have to. I work on, like, American hours. So, like, this is my peak watch hours. It's 3 a.m.
3 a.m., bros. Let's go. No, but, like, if I'm free and I see you in VC, yeah, I'll hop in to do stuff. But, yes, it was fun to talk after so fucking long. But, yeah, goodbye.
Goodbye. And take care of your hand. Oh, he gone.
yeah. All right, let's fucking go.
Alright, we're watching anime now, boys. You can jump in on the
Yeah, it's anime time.
inside the VC in my Discord server if you're not in there yet. Join in. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna start next drawing, I guess.
Fucking hacking again.
I'm so glad they explained the rules for like 2 hours. You're definitely not gonna cheat.
Well, the thing is they like under-explained the rules too. They just
they really think they're Hunter x Hunter. They're gonna have like a 30-episode explanation of the game, and then have the game play out. It's gonna be a masterpiece.
They neither chose the option of fully explaining the game or just not explaining it and letting it happen. They chose the in-between option, which is the worst option, of trying to explain it, but failing.
Listen.
So you just wasted everybody's time.
They had to. They had to have them talk about the plot around a cafe.
Also, what is happening right now?
He's gonna bang her. Why is there already a bed next to them? What?
Well, they probably set it up. Like there's clearly a time jump between the discussion that they had. She took a shower as well. So.
But for a second, I thought like she just sneaked into his room. Like she was actually gonna bang him.
Yeah, I
mean, isn't that what's happening?
At first getting the impression they were going to sleep in the same bed, but they're just sleeping in adjacent beds.
Listen,
Oh damn! She let her hair down. Oh, so
I've
sexy.
never seen her with her hair down.
I know,
Except
right?
except like 10 minutes
That's
ago.
that's most of the time you see her. Yeah.
Dude, it's same bed enough. Like it's literally the same height. It's literally stuck to the other bed.
Well, I don't. His bed
Oh,
is
now
fucking
it's like
massive.
okay.
though.
Now it's like half the size. What the fuck?
You're right. His bed is smaller in that shot than it was before.
She got the tiny bed. They were like in between shots. He was like, "Wait a minute, your bed is too big. Fuck off."
Yeah,
Dude,
but they're
why does he
hardly
have like
sleeping
such
like on
a
top of
huge
each
bed?
other.
I want a bed like that. This is like an
Because he lives in a
bed.
fucking mansion.
Yeah, I want to live in a
Of course he's
fucking
sleeping in a
mansion.
fucking king size bed.
Listen, I want to live the Asan Piker dream of having a mansion, eating chicken nuggets every meal. Okay? That's how I want to.
That's actually the life I live in. Like, actually, do you do realize that the house he lives in is not like really a mansion? It's a large house,
It is
sure,
worth
but it's not
multiple
really a mansion.
millions, though. Like we know that.
Yeah, it is. It is worth. I think it was $2.7 million, but it's worth
Something
close to
close
$3
to
million.
yeah.
But that is in large part due to its location, not so much the
obviously.
actual.
I mean,
like,
it's in
size
fucking
and quality
Hollywood.
of its house. Yeah,
I mean, I get it. Like
and
my
I think
house,
it's- and
my
I think
house
it's in
is
a-
worth.
and
Listen, my house is.
and I think
actually
it's in a
worth
gated community too.
I think my house is actually worth $1 million because it's like in a very rich. I mean, now it's worth $1 million. It wasn't worth $1 million when my grandparents built it like 50 years ago. But it's just that it's like in this like village that's very tourist heavy. It's like where all the fucking rich people in the country just go to like their retirement. It's and the one specific house I'm in has like the best view in the entire fucking like town. It's
so,
like right in front of the sea. It's great.
So like,
yeah.
So like my house, I'm pretty sure is bigger than his. At the very least, the property size is bigger, but I'm pretty sure the square footage of the house itself is bigger.
Yeah,
But it's
what
only
I was
with,
going
like-
for is like my house is not that big actually. I mean, it's pretty big,
Yeah.
but it's like
Yeah,
it's not mansion. It's definitely
Yeah, but-
not mansion.
yeah. What I'm getting at is like my house is bigger, but it's only worth like $200,000 to $300,000, if that. Because, and the reason his house is worth more is because it's more modern and it's it's not in a rural farm area.
Yeah.
It's in a gated, wealthy community, so it's worth a lot of money. And on top of that, he also like houses his family, so it's not like he's living in there by himself. He's literally living with his parents and his brother.
Bruh.
I don't think anybody else though.
I
sure this is
will
over.
force my mom to cook me chicken nuggets every meal, and I will whip her. I'll be like, cook them chicken nuggets now. Go back to work, mom. I have a video to react to in 10 minutes.
He doesn't do that.
I know, I'm just memeing. I said I would do it.
Well, the only reason I say that is because there have been people who have tried to like cancel him by saying that
Hassan mom, blink twice if you're in danger.
People have tried claiming that his mom is an indentured servant, and it's like
Hassan mom, make a chicken nugget in the shape of a dinosaur if you're in danger. I mean, endangered servitude with your parents, aka your parents taking care of you. I mean, you could argue that the son being like what 32 or something, and living and like being a multi-millionaire could just take care of himself, and I agree. Like, I would say that like on principle,
he could also very easily. He could also very easily hire a housekeeper as well.
Could. You could, you know.
But like,
I mean, you could give like principal judgments about that. I would too, but like I would say like it's fine on its own. I get it. You know.
Well, first of all, he doesn't need to hire a housekeeper anyway, not just because his family lives there, but he just like
because I get to whip my
need
mom.
to hire one.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We went back into debate mode in the middle of the episode. It was just for a joke.
Yes, I'm saying. Yeah, but also, like, his mom does all of that shit voluntarily. He does, however, spend a lot of money on his dog. Because because he has it and he wants to take care of his dog.
The dog
So,
is bling bling.
anyways,
It's like fucking blinked out with like so much gold on it.
well, okay, not that.
That would be so
kind of
funny.
money,
You
but-
see like a little chihuahua with a massive gold necklace.
Okay, well, it's definitely not a small dog either. He is a pretty
What
sizable
if you had
dog.
just like a tiny dog with a gold necklace that's like double his
Oh.
fucking weight?
That would be kind of funny.
Get away from the glue. You have to stick glue going. It's my glue. I get to sniff it.
I mean, hey, Ethan Klein, H3 man, could do that. He has small dogs. He could probably outfit them with some bling.
Probably.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he has. Just as
Everything
like
will
a
be
joke.
forgiven if I get to see the drip shooting of the dog.
Oh my god.
そうだしてこれ
Here, hold my hand, please. Oh, never mind. Just business card.
Oh my god! I rate Pinch and Hitler.
What? Are they introducing another mechanic now? What?
You thought she came into his bed for sex? She actually came to explain more rules of the video game. Oh, that's definitely
Why
not
would
how
you
we're gonna
not
cheat,
introduce this early on?
頼んだわよユキのこと
huh?
It's like-
言われるわ
You can make the comparison. You cheat better than anyone.
感謝にいるあんたの
my
Oh
wife
my
when
God.
my wife when she catches me fucking 10 different women.
It's not even like clever cheating. It's oh my fucking god, the subtitle. It's not even
It's
clever
getting
cheating
worse.
like you get in like actual gambling shows.
For
It's just
context, people,
literally-
like the phone was flashed like 10 seconds on screen, and like literally the text was like covering what 80% of the screen. That's so funny.
Yeah. But like I've made the comparison before to the Classroom of the Elite, right? But like even that show, for how like stupid its writing can be sometimes,
ノアは可愛い
is
かっこいい
still
あんな嘘つきの
it still sets up the things that are like inherent to its concept and its setting, like early on. It still has proper like actual setup and payoff for narrative devices. Why the fuck did it take this long to introduce a concept of like buying skills? I'm still pissed at the skills even existing in the first place, to be fair.
また会っちゃった偶然だねヒロトくん
どこが偶然だよ白々しい
ひどいひどい
Also, she escaped this lady. Doesn't that now give her the like capacity to willfully lose the game that they're about to play instead of forced to try and win? What?
Yeah, doesn't
There's
she
not any
lose all her-
blackmail.
Wait, doesn't she lose all of her leverage right now? Lady, are you
Yeah,
stupid?
she lost all her leverage by unkidnapping the maid.
And they're still doing the game. God, everyone in this show is so fucking stupid. They did sniff glue. Not from a bunch of goblins sniffing glue.
no.
You're right.
No,
相手が
yeah, even based on the dialogue, it sounds like there is some amount of blackmail going on.
絶対に負
They're
けない
gonna leak my nudes. She can't know I have an OnlyFans. Oh yeah, triangle.
Scaly love triangle. Ah, the scaly triangle.
本来はランダムで振り分けられる手札からセット A を頂戴します
Oh wait.
申し訳ありませんが私の
Is that what a scaly triangle is?
A scaling triangle is one where the three sides are all different lengths,
Oh.
and thus the three
I thought
angles
this was
are all
like
different.
one where one of the rectangle, one of the angles is 90 degrees. Isn't that? It's not that one.
No, that's the right triangle. It's called a right angle.
Wait, it's called what? A rectangle triangle? What?
A right triangle.
A right triangle.
The 90-degree angle is a right angle.
Yeah, it's a right angle, but and the triangle is also called a right triangle.
Yes, because it has a right angle.
Yeah, now we're debating shapes.
Dude, this would make
Lemon, this
What
would
annoys
actually this would actually piss you off, but in French we call it a rectangle triangle.
that seems odd. I like understand the naming convention.
Because it's half of
that
a
does seem
rectangle.
odd. Yeah. Well, and not only that, but also its notable angle, the thing that defines it, is also the same
Yeah, of a rectangle.
degrees is as all of the angles in a rectangle.
Yes.
But But so what really bothers me about this is that I can actually see how this makes like a lot of sense in the novel.
Maybe.
Even though the novel is still probably really shittily written and stupid and cliche. I can see
Also,
how
Empress
this
Gnome,
game.
yes, I am shapist. Fuck pentagons. Hexagons are the best. Vive la France. We're the hexagon. I don't know if you know, but France is usually also called the hexagon because it's like the mainland is like almost like hexagonal.
Yeah.
And it's based.
Anyways, so like I can see how this game would make sense in the novel, even if the novel is still more than likely very shittily written. But like, it doesn't work in the anime. It's poorly explained, poorly visualized, poorly storyboarded. Just
pretty much.
Like everything about it is just confusing. I have no idea what the fuck is going on right now.
Listen, they're moving the cards and I put peasant on the battlefield, and oh no, his hidden card turns out to be a trap. It's Blue Eyes White Dragon. Oh no, all my points are down, and my Bakugan is being sent to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, win lose. Just
Fog diamonds is not even diamond shaped. I know, right?
it just flashed across the screen like you activated an ability in a JRPG.
Oh my god, it just makes it so much better with like 30 to 90% of the screen being filled with fucking text. That's great, dog.
だとすればこのトライアルそのものが罠か。おそらく俺が姫路に勝つことで俺にとって何か良くないことが起きるんだ。
I can see her
そんなことに
panties.
姫路が素直に従うわけはない。思い出せ、どこかにサインがあったはずだ。俺だけに分かるように伝えてくれてたはずなんだ。
By the way, Empress Gnome, if you want to like see the visuals of this anime, so while we're fucking complaining about it, then then pull up another tab over on twitch.tv/shreddedofficial.
Wow, dude is unironically advertising his stream on my stream. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Apparently she went over there before I even like advertised it because the message just showed up in my chat. So
GG.
Yeah.
負けられないか。でも確実に勝とうともしていない。カードは全21枚。10枚ずつの手札に加えて1枚のボーナスカード。
What even is the bonus though? Like, how do you get the bonus? What does the bonus do?
そうか。それがお前の狙いか。
I don't know, but I'm dropping in Tilted Towers. Then I rush B,
待たせたな姫路。4ターン
and I take the queen.
俺はアビリティ後出しを発動だ。
はい、ご主人様。
Wait, hold on. What is this special ability? Allows you to completely anticipate moves and turn the situation to your advantage. How the fuck does that work? Are you like psychically mind reading? Or can you see the future? What? Actually, what?
They thought it was a single player game. Jesus Christ.
はい、ご主人様。
I mean, it might as well just be.
やっぱりな。
Because it means that she's putting her card down before his.
なんでそんなの出すのかなってハラハラしちゃっただけ。
なら最後までハラハラするかもな。
I love it when they play the girl and she's like ooh woo ooh woo and totally evil ooh woo.
ねえ、ヒロトくん、さっきから何してるの？もっと真面目に。
いいから、お前はそこで黙って見てろよ。
ね
fucking ability flashing like a motherfucking JRPG.
For the next turn, I'm using my ultimate on the dragon and get a wind-powered buff that gives me more movement speed. That allows me to go pick up a second Bakugan to throw onto the hidden side, the hidden card that reveals to be a piece of Exodia, which I can combine with this Bionicle. And that means I get to use its launcher to throw a plastic ball in your eye. And with my 6 kill streak, I get to have a tactical nuke.
I mean, but this is not all that like. This isn't all that clever of a deception though, because it's like super obvious that you're throwing the game. Like what?
I don't even. I'm not even listening.
女王じゃなかったら俺の恥ずかしい秘密をダース単位で話してやる。
それは残念です。ご主人様の恥ずかしい秘密、とても聞きたかったのですが。
平民対女王で女王の勝ち。だけどここで俺のトロイの木馬が発動する。
はい、私の獲得札の半分がご主人様の獲得札に移動します。
これで俺の獲得札は10枚。
It's so funny because they really wrote that. They really thought they were smart.
これで私もちょうど10枚。
Oh, it's a draw.
つまりお前が伝えたかった狙いは引き分け。
Oh wow, that's crazy. He drew a draw in a game that's not. Wait, hold on. What the fuck is it? Look at her on the left side of the screen.
Bro, she's so destroyed.
No, not just her facial expression. Look at the way she's fucking moving. Like, what kind of shitty ass? Like, what? Why was she rising up the screen?
Alright. The Blow Exposed podcast. On today's episode, one bloke watches anime, the other one draws big booty women, and the other one plays some fucking card game. I don't know. How dare you? I'm doing some Barati, man. I'm doing some Barati, man.
We both had the same response. How dare you? He's drawing a fucking man right now.
Doing some massive fucking tits.
強引なボディタッチは嫌われちゃうよ。
いい加減白状したらどうなんだ。
何の話？
とぼけんな。お前は最初から俺をアカデミー最強の座から引きずり下ろすつもりで動いてたんだろう。
何それ？ノアはたまたま言い逃れはできませんよ。秋月様が昨夜、私のデバイスに密偵を仕掛けたことは分かっています。悪質な違法アビリティだよ。デバイスを通る情報が筒抜け、監視や盗聴機能まで持ってる極悪非道プログラム。
He's also very obviously listening to somebody in his ear as well.
だから俺との通信を絶って家にも戻ってこなかったんだな。
はい。明日の夕方まで選抜戦の事態も放棄も自滅も禁止だよ。ノアとの約束を守ってれば密偵は自動的に消えるから。分かったよね。
What is this? A fucking made?
How does that work?
Is that an ability? Like it's like one of the conditions? That like automatically takes place, you know?
No, it was. No, whatever.
So is she more of a conjurer or an amateur?
Oh my god. Conjurer, I guess.
I have no fucking clue.
Also, she's a bitch. How could you possibly win?
Well, you see, it's because you're a woman and I'm a man. Therefore, I'm better than you.
I really hate people who cheat.
I'm sorry, but I'm the best cheater around. Believe it.
I'm sorry. Who installed a spy program into the maid of your rival?
The reason you lost is because I cheat more than you.
I hate cheaters. Now let me prove how much of a cheater you are and how bad that is by cheating.
Oh my god.
No, to be fair, there's some level of validity to what her actions are insane. There's some level of validity to what she's saying because he is a fucking cheater. He is hacking his way to victory most of the time. Oh my god.
の順位予想ヒロト君がダントツで人気だって
Why am I not popular?
時にも似たようなのがあったんだよ
You know, I'm completely disconnected from what's happening right now. I have no idea what the fuck they're even like battling about.
She's being really petty, and she lost her popularity thanks to him, and she's really upset about it.
Oh. Why do I give a shit?
I don't know, 'cause she's a bitch.
Wait, how does she not? Does she have a spyware? Did you guys like openly discuss you fucking cheating?
Well, the spyware was for the device data. It's not like they were recording you. I don't actually very easily could have.
They say it was recording.
Well, how would she? Actually, you're right. Why would she not have proof? What?
It's part of the nan ability. If the mate doesn't win, that means that the nan ability will delete all evidence. That's how it goes. That's why it's so strong. It's because he has strong conditions.
Oh, she didn't have any evidence in the first place. I can't.
I am genuinely so fucking confused. I don't know what's going on. I don't even know what's the drama about.
There's so many plot holes.
What is going on?
Why?
Why are they doing this in the first place? I'm confused.
What, man? It's fucking bullshit.
今に期待する状況を作ったのああこんなに準備したのになあんな悪魔と契約してまで
そいつが今回の黒幕か
Hey, she did talk about a contract.
What do you mean? Oh wait, no, actually, never mind. They've been building up that she wouldn't be able to handle it by herself. No, that wouldn't make sense. I'm stupid.
Yeah, give them credits. This is like the one thing that makes sense.
Yeah. That is an inadequately animated facial expression. It's not very convincing.
表のスキル密偵が無効にされるとね自動的に裏のスキルに
Would it be hilarious if she was fucking lying out her ass about this?
Yeah, because she was very insecure about it, like, until right now.
Yeah.
Wait. What? What? Are you actually gonna delete all your fucking leverage right now?
Wait. My main confusion of this is why would it matter?
Yeah, number one, it wouldn't matter.
Why would she be expelled?
Huh?
What?
Wait, are you saying that like if like she breaks her phone or something, she's expelled from the school?
Yeah, she's saying that this program that she installed on the person's device for spying purposes, which would have been transferred over to the guy if he had won the game. But because it was a draw, instead it's going to delete all of the data on her device. And somehow deleting all of the data on her device will mean that she is going to like be kicked off of the island and get kicked out of the academy.
Okay.
Which doesn't make any fucking sense because first of all, the school would probably replace the device after it becomes useless.
No school would do that.
When they discover that her data has been deleted and it's been made useless, they would investigate why that happened in the first place. They would find out that this shit happened, and she would get expelled instead.
And also, okay, one, what if she just says, "Oh, it's fine, we have a backup data." And two.
The school would
And
definitely
two.
back up their data too.
And two, why would she purposefully delete the only evidence she would have of their cheating?
I just don't. Well, apparently she doesn't have any evidence of them cheating, despite the fact that they had a spying program. They were openly talking about cheating. Well, maybe. No, they would. Oh my god! It's just. Oh, why?
Why? Why indeed?
Oh my god! I cannot tolerate the stupidity on display, man.
What the fuck is even
What
happening?
the fuck?
いいのですか？違法アビリティを使用したことが公になれば、秋月様自身がアカデミーを敵に回すことに。
There you go.
I can't back down now. Yes, you can back down now.
ねえ、ヒロト君、今からノアとゲームしようよ。トライアルじゃない、本物の星をかけたゲーム。でも、正々堂々の勝負じゃないよ。ノアはもうそこにいるのは諦めた。
What do you mean? You were cheating before.
You were just cheating.
ノアは相手の魂を売ったから、もう元には戻れない。
The fuck does that even mean, you dumb bitch?
And now I'm supposed to feel bad for her? What?
今はそれよりも
だから、ヒロト君、メイドちゃんを返して欲しかったら、ノアに負けて。今すぐヒロト君の星をノアに献上して、あなたこそが七つ星にふさわしいですって、みんなの
If he was
土下座して罪を償う。
if he was actually a 7-star, he would only be able to give you one of his stars, by the way.
さすがにおかしい。読まれすぎてる。
She doesn't know anything! She's just spitting off her unique ass!
ユニークスター。
Unique ass. She's just
今度は引き分けなんかで
she's spitting out her fat ass.
結末の決まった最終決戦、盤上宝探し。
Dude, I wish she would spit her ass on me.
早速始
Wait,
めちゃお
what?
うか。
I can't believe I accidentally said unique ass.
Hey, that's the greatest compliment you can give to a girl when she has a unique
I know.
ass.
その間できたのは。
Well, okay. I can very easily see that being taken poorly.
No. You go, babe, your ass is beautiful. It's the most unique one I've ever seen.
I didn't.
I have quite never seen an ass shaped like a rectangle before.
Okay, so he is still connected up with the hacker.
ヤッホー、見えてる？
秋月から挑まれたゲーム、盤上宝探し。
かわいいかわいいノーちゃんだよ。
勝つことも負けることも、そして今度は引き分けさえも許されない八方塞がりの状況。さらに基本ルールすらまだ把握できてない。
ずっと無視だ。じゃあ始めちゃうね。まずは質問。ヒロト君のパートナーは3回以下に隠れてる？
質問？
質問は質問だよ。ターンごとに1回使えるコマンドでイエスかノーかで答えられる質問ができるの。ちなみにここで嘘ついちゃうと即リタイアだから気をつけてね。
なら俺のパートナーは3回以下にいないから答えはノーだ。
オッケー。じゃあ次は移動フェーズ。これも1ターンに1回使えるコマンドで最大3マス移動できるの。
What are even? What's the framework of this game? What
What
is
even
happening?
happens? Oh shit! Hey, Paradigm Shift. Thank you for the raid. How you doing?
ちなみに俺と秋月は
We're watching anime in my Discord server. You can only hear the sound, but hey, I'm also drawing.
これも何か
I was have a stream. We shout you out.
それじゃあノアはちょっとだけ手加減して
I
あ
don't
げる
get I don't get raids that often, so that's cool.
だよ。
ようやく
The visuals for the anime are on twitch.tv/shredderofficial if you want to like
Oh, his
actually.
fucking face! That's how my true face is when I was like 17, and I started like drawing like 2 years prior. You know, if I'm playing more Mass Effect 2 based. That's great.
So yeah, Alexy drawing, I'm watching, putting anime. Twitch.tv/shredderofficial if you want to see the visuals of this dog
Look
shit.
at him shamelessly advertising
Yeah.
his own channel, mine.
ヒロト君
Yeah.
君に教えてあげる。ノア
Oh, double action. Is that a Kamen Rider reference? You wouldn't get it.
I don't know.
It's probably isn't because she didn't say it in English.
All of these fucking games are bullshit. Or rules.
I have literally no idea what's going on.
Neither do I. She can like take multiple turns, but like I don't even know what constitutes a turn.
I don't even know what's the game.
Yo, what the fuck is going on?
俺だ、聞こえるか似合ってるじゃねえか、西園寺。
完璧な変装でしょ。
Yeah, perfect disguise. Still can't hide her fucking blazing red hair.
ゲーム開始前から積むところだった。
いいわよ、別に。ほら、あんたが負けたら私も困るし。
これからしばらく閉じ込められたままになると思うけど。
全然平気よ。じっとしなきゃいけないのがもどかしいけど、あとちょっとだけ寒いかも。
4月といっても夜だからな。悪い、少し我慢してくれ。
だったら早いとこ勝負をつけて、勇気を解放してあげましょう。
Imagine she freezes to
とにかく
death.
ルールの把握だ。勝利条件は対戦相手が隠した宝を見つけること。
You could have explained this to begin with, instead of starting with some shit that's not understandable.
通常校舎 A 棟だ。
No clue, man.
それをシンプルに表したのが 6×8 のこのマップってわけ。単中のコマンドは全部で4つね。まず2つはさっき小悪魔が使用した。
Oh, by the way, the guy I'm drawing, is this like weapon like a fist or something? Is it like gloves?
当たりならそこでゲーム終了ね。
ただし、回答を使うのは
Lemon.
プレイヤーがその教室
What? Sorry, what?
The guy I'm drawing right now, is his weapon like a glove?
It's gauntlets, yeah.
Yeah. Do I put it on the drawing?
If you want, if you think it makes for if it makes sense as a part of the outfit.
I could incorporate it into it.
I mean, it's not like the others had their weapons on them. Sinclair uses a fucking halberd.
I know, but like
Which
it's
is,
just
like,
that it's
taller
just
than
that
him.
this one is like part of his outfit technically. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I could make it.
I mean-
just gauntlets that are not like specifically his weapon. If you prefer, to not like clash with the other ones. So I could keep it to whatever he has.
I mean, I wouldn't think that gauntlets would be typical of an idol outfit, but I mean, it's not like Sinclair's outfit was all too typical. So half of it was fucking bird, and the other half was edgelord.
Yes. I mean, hey, I'm making fun. I'm having fun making shit up.
Yeah.
I'm taking some references.
So-
of,
So
of,
I mean,
idol outfits.
with like with there being a visual motif of like chains, you could make something. You could make gauntlets work in a way with that. I'm sure.
Yeah.
ちなみに回答権はお互い3つ。
一応2回までは外せる計算になるけど、厄介なのは4つ目の対比ね。パートナーの配置を自由に変更できるコマンド。
ああ、情報を1回リセットして、さらに物理的な距離も引き離せる。けど、使うには回答権を1つ消費する。
つまり回答権は攻守に使える3回限りの切り札ってことね。
パートナーの位置を特定されても逃げることができるけど、代わりに攻め手を1つ失うことにもなる。
だから小悪魔は2回コードを採用したんだわ。あの子はその気になれば倍の速さで動くことができる。
そうやってプレッシャーをかけられ続けたら、先に回答権を失うのは俺の方。やっぱり強すぎるな、秋月の2回行動。
多分例の黒幕が用意した違法アビリティなんでしょうね。
この分だと残り2枠も相当に厄介だろうな。
ねえ篠原、ルールは大体分かったけど、ここからどうするつもりなの？あんたが勝ったらユキがこの島にいられなくなる。かといって負けたらあんたは一巻の終わり。
一応それについては策がないわけじゃない。
それってもしかして。
まだ確証はないけどな。
久我崎とのゲームでも思ったけど、 あんたって土壇場で卑怯な手を考えさせたらほんと天才ね。
そりゃどうも。
でも普通にやってたら小悪魔には絶対勝てないわよ。
だから目には目を、イカ様にはイカ様を。俺たちにイカ様で挑んじまったことを後悔させてやる
Dog,
ね。
you cheated every single fucking game. Why are you trying to make fun of her for
ま
cheating?
ず俺は
I'm gonna cheat harder.
が3回以下にいることも割り出し、
God, these subtitles are so atrocious.
Yes.
対する秋月の
Whoa. Is that a fucking air horn I heard?
2回行動により西園寺の居場所を2択まで絞られてしまうが、移動は右に2マスのみ。
じゃあね、ヒロトくん。
これで俺の後手2ターン目。加賀谷さんどうですか？
いやー、ダメ。ノアッチが校舎全体に広域結界アビリティを貼ってるっぽい。
そうですか。
What is that ability make it impossible for you to hack?
端末感知ってプログラム。
Oh, isn't that inconvenient?
はい。他に生徒がいない今なら、あれで姫路の居場所を特定
できるんだけど、学園外のサーバーと通信しなきゃいけないから、今の状況じゃ使えないんだよね。
でも広域結界は対外防御のアビリティだから、内側で不正する分は問題ないんじゃ。
さアカデミーの端末はかなり高性
I guess they are still gonna cheat.
誰かお姉さんの代わりにちゃちゃっと改造してくれる天才キュンがいればね。
それはつまり秋月くらい頭のいいやつがいればなんとかなるってことですか？
まあね、改造プログラムの構成は全部お姉さんの頭の中に入ってるし、でもさすがにこの方法
What are they even talking about now at this
I
point?
have
無理じゃ
no.
ないかもしれません。
I think this game the dialogue fucking lost
ここに
me.
いるんで。
Completely.
2階の右から4番目のマス。ユキがいるのはその教室よ。さすがパーカーちゃん。普通の人なら1日かけてもできないことをたった10分でやってのける。そこにしびれる憧れる。
サンキュー、助かった。
Oh god, that was actually a JoJo reference.
あ、待ちくたびれちゃった。
I recognize that line.
早速質問だ。
It's a very popular JoJo meme in Japan. For like decades.
1の経営教室だな。
イエスだよ。ねえヒロトくん、また何かズルしてる？
人聞きが悪いな。こっちはお前の策にはめられてまともなアビリティすら持ち込めてないんだぜ。
そうだけど。
さらに移動だ。これで1の K から3マス以内にたどり着いた。つまりは大手ってわけだ。
なかなか上手にズルするんだね。それじゃあ手加減はもう終わり。質問だよ。ヒロトくんのパートナーが隠れてるのは2の愛教室ね。そこでしょ？
イエスだ。
これでノーだってもう絞り込めたんだから、一気に6マス移動するね。
一瞬で大手を掛け替えされた。
それと回答権を1つ消費してメイドちゃんを別の教室に退避。じゃあまた後でね。ねえ篠原、ユキのデバイス反応がなくなったわ。
ああ、こっちのイカ様を疑って何か対策したんだろうな。まあ秋月が先に1つ目の回答権を使ってくれただけでも成果としては十分すぎるくらい。
ご主人様、申し訳ありません。デバイスへのアクセスは全てカットさせていただきました。
ああ、それは分かったけど、いいのか俺と喋って。
はい、秋月様の不利益になるようなことは何も話していませんので。
にしても普通に歩いて移動するんだな。
一瞬でワープできれば面白かったのですが、情報を与えないよう非常に遠回りかつ面倒なルートを指定されていまして。
階段を上り下りするだけでも意外に疲れるし、汗かいて体冷やさないようにな。今日は10時過ぎから特に寒くなるらしいから、部屋をあったかくしてないと風邪ひくぞ。
ご心配いただきありがとうございます。では失礼いたします。
8時過ぎか。姫路が移動を終えるまで秋月の先手3ターン目が続くから、今回は長めに時間が取れそうだけど。
小悪魔の回答権はまだ2つも残っているのに、端末感知はもう使えない。順当に範囲を絞っていくやり方じゃ絶対に間に合わないわよ。
本来なら秋月の思考を読んで姫路をどこに隠したのか推理するってのがセオリーなんだろうけど。
何か問題でもあるの？
今回の区内選抜戦を通して 俺の動きはずっと秋月に読まれてた。緑の星の効果、行動予測でな。
そんな能力と小悪魔自身の才能が合わさったら、
今この瞬間だって
Why
俺の
the
思考が
Green
相手
Star's
に読まれてる
ability?
かもしれない。
The Green Star's unique ability that it conferred onto her is predict movement, apparently.
1回目は姫路とのトライアルの時。で
Uh
もう
huh.
1回はついさっき、お前が姫
That's
路の
really
居場所を
funny,
特定した
bro.
時だ。
確かに。
How the
だか
fuck
ら
does he even
何
do
が違
that?
うのかいろいろ考えてみたんだけど、その2つの行動には混じってるんだよ。俺以外の思考がな。
つまり、小悪魔が読めるのは篠原の思考だけってこと。
もしそうだとすれば、これは逆手に取れる。だって俺が見つけられなそうなマスに姫路を配置してるってことだろ。なら
第三者である私なら。
俺は4階に移動した上で退避を発動。回答権を消費してパートナーを移動。最後に質問だ。姫路がいるのは3の E、3の J、3の L のどこかだ。
イエス。なんでなの。外からの妨害も
Yeah, it's so like shittily. The character designs are like so fucking bad.
やっぱとんでもねえこいつ。
The character art, I should say, is so fucking bad. I mean, the designs are bad too, but I don't think they're like as problematic as just the way that they are presented and drawn in front of you.
Yep.
小悪魔ならそんな選択しないはず。そして4回もなさそうね。
なるほど。お前がいるからか。
あれだけ完璧に状況を整える子よ。音で潜伏先がバレるかもしれないという可能性だけで警戒するはず。
そうなると3階全体と5階の左側もなさそうだな。
そうね。3階の右側はあんたの真上だし、左側は私の真下。そして5階の左側は私の真上。
ってことは可能性があるのは5階右側と6階の12マスか。
いえ、もう少し絞り込めるわ。こういうゲームの場合、相手に無駄なターンを使わせると効率がいいという心理が働く。つまり3の倍数プラス1マス離れた場所の可能性が高いわ。5階の音楽室は近すぎるから除外すると3つしか残らないわね。
使ったのはお前の知らない手段だよ。
わかった。もういいや。ヒロト君がそういうことするなら、最後の隠れ場所はランダムにする。
ランダムって急に自暴自棄にでもなったのかよ。
そんなことないよ。ただ
God, I hate the fucking
いいのはそれだって気づいてる
vine horn sound.
秋月2回の質問で西園寺の新しい退避場所が2階であることまで特定されちまった。
最悪な展開ね。ランダム。誰かの意図を
Fucking
解明させない
MLG
無作為な選び方。
ああ、この状況下で最も効率的な選択だ。
ねえ篠原、あんたでも無理なの？
無理って何がだ？
だからどうにかしてユキを見つけられないかって。
ああ、そのことか。実はその方法ならもう準備できてるんだよ。
え？準備できてるって？まだ探し出せる手段があるってこと？
ああ、イカ様と緑の星の逆利用に続く第3の手だ。このゲームを終わらせるための算段はちゃんとついてるよ。
I want to know what's
どうするのが一番いい終わり方なのかって。
what's he gonna do?
単純にびっくりしてる
Who
の。
I wonder.
まさか本当に思いついてるなんて。
How bad it's gonna be? How stupid it's gonna be?
それに現状判明している秋月のアビリティは
2回行動と広域結界の2つだけね。
なあ西園寺、今って何時何分だ
8時52分だけど。っていうか篠原のデバイスでも見れるでしょ。
お前にも知っておいてほしかったんだよ。これから数ターン、俺と秋月が2回目の回答権を使って情報がリセットされるまで全力で時間を稼ぐ。
そうするとどうなるの？
実はさ、それができれば自動的に姫路の居場所がわかるんだよ。そうして俺は制限時間ギリギリまで自分のターンを使い潰しつつ適当に話をつないで秋月のターンも引き伸ばしながら王手を掛け合い5ターン目でそれぞれ2回目の退避を使用した。これでお互い回答権は残り1つだ。
すごいねヒロト君。 本気の後ここまで互角に戦えるなんて、もしかしたら本当に相性ぴったりなのかも。
ここまで心のこもってないお世辞は久しぶりに聞いたな。
本当だよ。ヒロト君とはもっと違う出会い方がしたかったな。
If that was the case, then don't be a dick.
まあ、その関係ももうすぐ終わるけどな。
If you would have rather met in different circumstances, then you shouldn't have been a dick. You shouldn't have been obsessed with your popularity.
姫路の居場所を特定する。
そんなのありえない。それこそ勘に頼るぐらいじゃないと。
そう思うなら黙ってみたろよ、秋月。頼む。気づいてくれ。
Yeah.
ああ、そうか。ありがとな。3の G 教室。姫路が隠れてるのはそこだな、秋月。ちなみにこれは質問じゃないぜ。返事がイエスなのは分かる。しかも3の G はこのターンで回答までいけちまう。ランダム化の弊害だな。
待って、なんで分かったの、ヒロト君。
さっき1回目の対比で俺と姫路がすれ違った時、一つの合図を託してたんだ。
合図？そんなの一言も。
間違いなく言ったぜ。今日は10時過ぎから寒くなるみたいだから体を冷やさないようにしろってさ。
体を冷やさないようにって。あ、エアコン。
そう、要するに10時になったら部屋のエアコンを起動してくれって意味だ。
でもエアコンの音なんてそこまで響いたりしないよ。
そうだな。だけど大概の学校ではエアコンは職員室で集中管理されてる。
それじゃあ
俺のパートナーの隠れ場所は1階の職員室だ。これでゲーム終了だな。回答だ。
I think that's a pretty like decent fucking way to have things happen.
お待ちしておりました。ご主人
Not gonna lie, I don't even know what game they were playing.
Basically hide and go seek where you take turns. It's a hide and go seek board game, I guess. Alter fate? The fuck?
Huh? Fate stay night?
運命改変。そいつで俺の回答を打ち消したってことか。
What is that even? Huh? Wait, if it's called Alter Fate, why is it redoing the past then?
She cheated. The alter fate means that his answer never happened. It basically, like, I guess forcefully ended his turn.
Retroactively lost it even though the game was already over?
そうね。この姿で顔を合わせるのは初めてだわ。女の子？もっとも、私はあなたと何度か会ったことがあるし、私の知っているあなたは復讐のために道を外すタイプではなかったと思うのだけど。何それ？この？どう？これで思い出してもらえたかしら？
Presumably his intention was to let her win, but I'm not sure why.
でもやっぱりあなたじゃあれを倒すには力不足だったみたいね。力不足？ノアは勝ったんだよ、七つ星に。悪魔と契約して違法アビリティにまで手を出してヒロト君から星を奪って、それで新しいアカデミー最強に。確かに盤上宝探しの勝利はあなたよ。けど誰に勝ったのかは認識を改めるべきね。
ま、そういうわけだよ、秋月。残念ながらこのゲームの敗者は俺じゃない。
そんなわけ
あるんだよ。それを成立させるアビリティ。
Huh?
ピンチヒッターってやつがな。
The fuck? What?
Oh, that's Pinch
知らない
Hitler.
のも無理はない。ほとんど出回ってない特殊アビリティだからな。
Alright, now I'm upset about the way that this ended.
承諾を得れば対象プレイヤーの代わりにゲームへ参加できるのよ。そして先ほど私が使用してご主人様と交代しております。
つまり
That's what they set up when she was sleeping with him, but
もう一回言うぞ。お前は姫路に勝ったんだ。いや、勝った
Yeah,
んだ。
it's kind of dumb.
I mean, this fucking show is filled with rules that are like, why does this even exist?
Yeah.
This very clearly exists only for this scenario.
Yeah.
Also, I have no idea what the fuck they're even talking about.
I guess it happened such that the spying software or whatever got transferred to her phone instead. Also, the strap on her shoe broke. Just playing like fucking Lupin music. Of course, they to take your shoes off.
今まで誰にも言えなかった話。でも話しちゃおうかな。これが最後のチャンスかもしれないし。
最後の？
ノアって結構
I'm kind of smart, you see.
I'm kind of smart, says dumbest person in the room.
I have a high IQ.
いや、結構ってレベルじゃないと思うけどな、それ。
でもこの島の初等部って本当に未来のエリート候補しかいないの。それは能力や才能だけじゃなくて、むしろ家柄とか血筋の方。そんなところに一般人のノアが混ざったって溶け込めるわけないんだよ。どうしてもノアだけが何の価値もない人間にしか思えなくて。だったらノアが普通じゃなくなれば、すごい人になればみんなと一緒にいられるかなって。だからノアいっぱい頑張ったんだよ。1年生のうちから最上位クラスに入って、
I feel nothing for you.
三つ星になって、みんなから来年は区内選抜戦に勝って永明のエースになれるよって。
I'm not even listening. What the fuck is he saying about?
She's talking about her like fucking sad backstory as to why she wants to be popular in a special snowflake.
それで例の悪魔と契約を結んだってわけか。
悪魔の名前は倉橋美香。
Oh, it's the guy from the opening.
不正でも何でも使ってヒロト君から星を奪えって。そうすればノアの望みは全部叶うからって。
He definitely doesn't have 7 stars. It's gonna be real funny if it's like a dude with 7 stars pretending to be a 1 star, you know, to like inverse the main character.
I can't think about it anymore. It's too stupid.
Really is.
Yeah, I'm sure this is my last day at school. All my data is about to be deleted.
Get deleted, idiot.
Yeah. I'm so strong, I'm gonna repair your shoe and put it on for you.
Crazy Diamond, repair her shoe.
I'm too good at hacking, bitch.
心配しなくてもこの勝負はとっくに俺の勝ちだよ。だからお前は勝手に救われてろ。
Wow, that's crazy.
Oh, that was so cringe, I almost barfed.
Yeah, I know, right? That's crazy.
Anyway, what do you think of Mr. Frenchman's costume so far?
I think it's funny that you gave him like fucking military general type like epaulet.
Yeah.
Or whatever those are called.
Yeah, I mean I've seen those a lot in like different costumes for fucking male idols, so I was like, yeah, why not?
I mean, it's part of what makes me think it's funny though is because unlike other characters in the game, he does not have a military background.
Well, now
at least
he
to my
has.
knowledge.
Fuck
At least,
you.
at least not one that has been like
Revealed?
alluded to.
Okay.
As the most of an allusion as we've gotten to his backstory is the company he used to work for, and the department he was in was not the same as the department that was the Christmas Nazi Spanish Inquisition.
The what?
Yeah, it's a reminder. The Christmas Nazi Spanish Inquisition is an actual thing in this franchise.
Okay.
They're a group of inquisitors led by someone with a moniker, the one who grips, whose ideological tenets are pro humanity or pro human race, such that in the or humanism, it's humanism as opposed to transhumanism.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they do is they look at transhumanists and they murder them in the name of quote unquote cleansing them.
Insanely based. How do I sign up?
And they're insane zealots who and the reason they're like the Christmas part is because they were like singing and using the song Silent Night as like their theme song.
Nice.
So they'll basically do like Vlad Tepes style shit to the transhumanists that they attack. You know, spike them into the ground. Well, their group, the company name, Encore, also is known as Nagel und Hammer. So their weapons and their tools of choice are nails and hammers, and so they'll nail people in the ground, or they'll suspend people above the ground using nails that they have hammered into the ground. If that makes any sense. But essentially they'll like drive nails into people and bash their fucking shit out with the hammers. And they'll also like decorate a Christmas tree or decorate a tree with their entrails in the style of Christmas. And they also like burn the town down.
Yay, burn shit down.
Yeah, and all of course in the name of cleansing the earth of the impurities of mechanical prosthetics.
Based. Fuck them crippled.
Interestingly enough, though, their leader, the one who grips, is less interested in that as she is in, like, I wouldn't say becoming a god, but becoming a sort of transcendental being.
Wait, the leader of the anti-transhumanism movement is trying to become...
Yeah, the leader of Nagel and Hammer, the one who grips, is like less... It's still like explicitly pro-human, is still explicitly a humanist who will go out of her way to torture and kill transhumanists. But her goals are more concerned with and lie in the realm of elevating humanity and becoming like a sort of transcendental being.
Also, hey, this stupendous CX. I didn't see your message.
Yeah.
Welcome to the stream.
Yeah. I forget some of the details, but I wrote it in that script that No Need mentioned that he was eventually, probably somewhat soon, going to work on.
Oh yeah, what script was that for?
Limpus Company, because it's about this specific section of the story, which I was just talking about, is an adaptation of sorts of the book Demian, Story of a Youth. The main character of which is Emil Sinclair. And the leader of the Christmas Nazi Spanish Inquisition, the one who grips, her name is Cromer, who is an antagonist in the early section of Demian. And also the titular character Demian makes an appearance as well. And so the script that I wrote is a sort of discussion of the events which occur in the game, how they relate to the novel, and a thematic discussion of the game and the book as a whole, and also symbolic discussion of them, like I mentioned with the birds and the world of light and the world of dark, and that shit.
Okay. So that explains why I gave him a cool suit.
Yes, it does. Was there another anime you wanted to watch?
Oh, was that the latest episode?
Yeah, it was the latest episode, yeah.
Oh shit! I mean, you could watch an episode or two of something, because I'm still not done with this one. Fuck, I don't know, man. What else do you recommend? I literally don't know what's coming out today. This season.
I can show you more of the show that I genuinely think is good. That's the Harry Potter knockoff thing. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. I did watch Baki this season, and it was pretty good.
It was probably exactly what you expected it to be. A kind of like slowly paced, not terribly well animated, but has some nice still shots. Series of
insane fights,
Giga Chads fighting each other.
I mean, this season is literally about a Giga Chad caveman from the prehistoric period, from the dinosaurs.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm very confident.
And and then everyone tries to beat the shit out of him because he's just so fucking strong.
I'm just saying that I'm very confident it comes across a million times better in the manga.
Yeah.
So
the anime does an okay job. It's definitely better than what's it called? It's better than Records of Ragnarok, definitely. But it could be a lot better.
Currently, I'm wondering if it's the same studio though, because they do have a very similar visual aesthetic.
I don't think so, because they released the same. They released an anime the same season.
Yeah, and I just looked it up, and it doesn't look like it. But it's just, I feel like it's weird with it not being the same studio that they have such a similar visual aesthetic to each other.
I guess they just figured out the same. I mean, it was.
I think it has to do with the Netflix.
Asura also did something similar.
I think it probably has to do with Netflix producing it.
Yes,
to some extent.
I feel like if Netflix produces an anime and it's not made by a Western studio, it's gonna fucking flop. Well, not by Western studio, but if the production isn't really Western, they usually are throwing it $3, and then it's gonna be really fucking meta shit because of it. It's just how it feels.
Yeah, Netflix does not have a good track record with producing Japanese created anime.
Yep. The only exception being Edge Runner, so that's probably because it's a Western IP.
Yeah, they have a good track.
And they actually commissioned it to a good studio.
Yeah, they have a good track record with Western animation, but not Japanese animation.
But I'll never forget what they did to JoJo. Holy fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, fucking the second core of JoJo Part 6 is basically the same as Record of Ragnarok, where it's fucking almost only still frames, just maybe a few bits of cool animation every 5 episodes. Oh, God. Even every still frame is horrid looking.
Yeah. I do actually, now that I've pulled this up, I do definitely have to show you the first few minutes of at least this episode of this show, though. Because I do think the show is generally, actually pretty good. Mm-hmm. But, out of out of context, like in isolation, the opening part of this episode is like really insane.
Okay.
And fucking wild.
Oh right, I remember this part from last episode.
Yeah.
抜くな
そう
They're cornered in the deep, dark reaches of this labyrinth
お
thing.
久しぶりですわねリバーモア先輩ゲビたシ肉あさりはもう飽きましたの
俺には下腹のうずきに任せたお前の男あさりの方がよっぽどゲビて見えるがな。違うか、サルバドーリのサキュバスめが。
覚悟はいいのね私をその名で呼んだということは
Oh no, she's gonna rape him.
腹渡を半分持っていた時のことはもう忘れたのか。コングレガンタ
What the hell?
He uses the bones of actual former creatures. Also this.
Oh lord.
召喚魔法なのかいいえ
産んでいるんだあれは
She's
What?
giving birth to it.
比喩でもなく
Why is she having a no? I don't think this lady knows what giving birth means.
今
She's literally giving birth to a fucking thing. It was so fucking stupid.
Jesus Christ.
生きがいいのは結構だが、ろくな結果にならんぞ。
That's basically all I needed you to watch.
GG. Well, we can play the rest. So at this point, I don't really care.
なな
Yeah. He's just fucking giving birth to magic. And she's having an orgasm while doing it. So fucking stupid. But you see, Alexy, this is made by the same studio who did a certain magical index and also Accelerator and Railgun. JC staff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously it has to be good, right? The same thing.
I mean, maybe. I don't know every anime JC staff has made,
退
but
くなら今
Their track record is averages out to like 7 out of 10 kind of level, like good, but not particularly notable or with a significant amount of longevity.
サーベントでは縛りきれんか。その無節操な腹に今度は何の種を植え込んだ。
お互い様ねその石柱何の死体から漁ったか教えてくれる死に損ないが死に場所を得るただそれだけのこと
それだけ
怒りをお三方
それだけだと
オリバ
そこまでだ。新入生への悪質な勧誘は重ねて戒めてあったはずだが、
言葉に炎が先行する癖は相変わらずか、煉獄。
新入生もいる場で物騒な通り名はやめてもらおうか。もう安心しろ。この先一切の手は出させん。現キンバリー学生統括アルビン・ゴッドフレイの名にかけて。
だそうよ、リア。
カルロス
私はカルロス・ウィットロー。5年の監督生を務めるクールな先輩よ。よろしくね、かわいい子猫ちゃんたち。
Oneko-chan.
早速は後ほど通達する。
please,
理解したら
someone arrest her for sexual harassment.
命拾いしたな、サキュバス。
あなたこそねスカベンジャー次会う時までにその腐った腹の中身を洗っておきなさい
入学早々災難だったな。
いつもはこんなところをうろついてる連
I
中
hate how they're hyping this up like this is gonna be a super long shonen, like battle shonen or something. Like, come on, it's gonna be 12 episodes, fuck you. It's gonna be maybe a season 2 and 3 years and that's it.
よくさらわれず
I mean, it's a long-running light novel series. Well, actually, I don't know how many books there are, but it's a light novel series, so it's got to be a lot.
Mm. It's gonna suffer the same fate of like never fucking being finished in the anime.
Well, actually, Well, actually, I would say the trajectory of this show seems like pretty solid for its character arcs and character development.
I mean, it's definitely better than
it's
usual, but I feel like it falls into the the anime schlop. It's good anime schlop, but it's anime schlop. If that makes any sense.
I mean, it's not going to be like a Mushoku Tensei style stands the test of time, remembered for years to come type of show. No.
Yeah.
It's not particularly notable. But it is certainly good enough to be worth watching.
Yeah, I would say so.
And it actually does have like good characters and good character development, like surprisingly.
まさしく七にござった。相馬義久殿率いる敵方は5万。しんがりを預かった我らは200。ただただ敵方を切り伏せ、切り伏せ。気づけば敵陣のただ中へともつれ込み。
That horse can jump over 20 rows of people. I think what helps
that horse can jump.
I think what helps the show a lot too is that it's not compromising on its depictions of like violence and to a certain extent brutality. Like it is fully willing to depict violence and harm as it is like normally as it would occur.
Yeah. Unironically, my biggest problem with the anime is that its art style and production feels too not production, because production is higher than most anime.
Yeah, the production values are pretty good.
Value is good, but like just how it is, direction, I guess. It feels too generic. It's not gonna have a visual identity of itself, really. Except, like, obviously the people, like, know the difference between, every single anime and stuff.
But like, I actually disagree with that. I actually do think that this show looks pretty distinctive amongst the majority of anime.
I don't think so. But I mean, also I'm coming from like perspective of like a mangaka, so like manga have way different different styles than most anime.
And light novel, specifically the light novel adaptations.
Light novel feels like they have like 2 artists working on every cover.
Well, that's because they do. They have a single or at best 2 artists that they contract out to draw like a handful of scenes throughout a given book.
I mean, yeah, but like, it feels like they all pick the same one. But there's definitely artists in Japan. So
okay, they definitely don't all pick the same one, but
it feels that way.
It's the same. You could say the same thing about manga too. There's definitely plenty of manga that have visual, that have similar visual aesthetics. But the difference with manga is that there's so much more art, since the entirety of the product is individual art pieces, as opposed to light novels, such that the individualistic styles of the mangaka come out a lot more noticeably.
No, it's not just that, it's also like, just the style in general is usually much more varied than manga. Like, for example, someone like Koyoharu Gotoge, the author of Demon Slayer, you wouldn't see that type of art style on a light novel thing, Same for One Piece. Of course, I'm going for like the obvious, but like, for example, you go in Jump and like almost everything has a very distinct art style currently going, and like even if you go to like the entire catalog, but if you go to like, I don't know, your fucking light novel section of a store in Japan, I feel like they're almost all gonna go for the same like visual aesthetic.
So, first of all, part of the reason for that is because literally every single drawing for a light novel is effectively one of what would be your illustration commissions.
I know, but like what I'm saying is like that's irrelevant. Compared to the art style.
But the other component of that is that you are also just factually wrong. There are definitely a variety of styles in light novel illustrations.
I'm not saying there's no variety, but I'm just saying it's less varied. A lot less.
I'm saying it is just as varied, and the only reason it's not as noticeable is because there is not as much. There's just not as much to notice. There's just not.
I mean, the only ones that get picked
content.
up is the one with very copy pasted art style covers. I don't know. Those are the ones I know of. It's basically the ones that get turned into an anime. And then when I say know of, it's like even like barely like see.
Well, that's also not true. Because there are a shitload of light novel adaptations. This is true, and a fair number of them are dog shit. Yeah. In part because a fair number of light novels are dog shit because of the explosive popularity and ease of creating them.
Yep.
But when you look at the adaptations that are like actually solidly done, actually worthwhile to watch, and or read, like the actually like heartfelt, genuinely crafted and thought out novels, the illustrations that are used for them, the variety in style is reflective of what is the case in the manga industry as well, and that like there is actually a variety of styles that are taking place there. Now, the other component of this is actually that because the light novel illustrations are contracted out, rather than them being rather than the product being the creation of the illustrators, there is overlap between artists being contracted out between different light novels. So when there is a homogeny of style, it is going to be because, more likely than not, that it's just the same artist that was contracted out. Since, granted, there's a lot of artists in the world, but
yeah, I know what
you're likely going to get the ones that are like known for their work already.
I know what you're saying. What I'm saying, yeah, I mean, my point isn't really like contradicting that. It's just, I mean, you said it basically at one point. Is that when you go to the ones that are heartfelt and shit and that are actually good, usually they will have unique art style to them. But those who don't, they don't really have that. They have like pretty generic stuff. And then what I'm saying is that like you agreed with me that like those are like so overwhelmingly present because light novels are so easy to make. But yeah, like it kind of ends up drowning the entire thing.
To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if there is somewhat similar phenomenon in the manga industry as well. It's just like it's just like
smaller publishing companies.
Yeah, is what I was gonna say. Is that I'm sure that there is similarity between the like smaller, less popular works in the manga industry.
Yes. Although the thing with manga and like unless you're going for doujins, because doujins, there's no like editors, there's no barrier to entry really besides pure skill. Just being able to do like a thing.
Not even pure skill. Doujins is just free for all.
Yeah, there you go. So like yeah, those for example, you would probably see the same like disparity of talent, I guess. I've
read Toho doujins with phenomenal art, and I've read Toho doujins with not so great art.
Yeah, but, like probably yes, but like since manga in general is like one, the barrier to entry is higher, and also like if you're going for like to actually publish it in a decent um, editorial house, it's gonna be like a lot harder. So like a lot more people are gonna get filtered, especially the people at the lower end of the skill tree, I guess.
Oh yeah, there's also very low barrier of entry for publishing light novels as well.
Yeah, which is why like that's why I mean like I'm like there's more variety in manga because the people who are in the industry tend to be the people with like a more developed art style that is more unique and that is more pleasing to the eye and less generic that like is more able to identify because that's literally criteria they ask you for when you go like publish for example a Shonen Jump because you could have something that has a good story and the art style is good but it's so generic that like nobody can even tell it's you who made it, you know, like from like the other like normal normie artist, I guess. That's a very bad point in the manga industry because they're like, well, you know, your thing is good, but it doesn't have a visual identity. That's a bad point. It's like it's part of the marketing, right? Like if you're trying, you know, when you see One Piece, like when you see any picture of One Piece, you immediately know it's One Piece because it's so unique, and that's the idea, right? You want your manga to be so, I mean, not necessarily like extremely unique, right? But at least unique enough that like when you look at it, you're like, oh, it's that one. And I feel like this show doesn't really have that, or not enough. I mean, like, I guess it already has it just by the fact that it's a light novel adaptation that doesn't shit itself every 2 frame. But
I do actually still disagree with you on the point of this show in particular. I actually do think that the character designs are pretty unique, and that the way that they are drawn and presented is fairly recognizable and differentiable to pretty much anything else.
Perhaps
it does to an extent have the modern anime look, but I would say to no like more or less significant of a degree than like quite literally anything else coming out aside from shonen adaptations and Mushoku Tensei.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's really only the manga adaptations that have really striking art style of things made by Trigger.
or Studio Nut.
Studio. I love Studio.
Or no. Sorry, wrong studio. I meant Studio Bind. Studio Nut is a different studio. They're the ones who they're the ones who originally did Attack on Titan and also did Yojo Senki and a bunch of other stuff too.
Okay.
Studio
which is the
Bind
one that made Handshakers.
Oh, it's not Geeks Toys. Is it? No, it's not Geeks. No. Geeks Toys is Liar Liar. Fuck, I don't remember the name of it. I'll look it up real quick.
Isn't it literally called Studio Hands or something?
Oh, that's close, but it's not right. 5.27. Go Hands.
There you go. Go Hands.
Yeah, and they're making another show this season with that same with the same nauseating camera movement.
That reminds me of that one fucking hentai director, which has like he makes the only decently animated hentai animations, hentai episodes, like actual hentai episodes. But like all of his shit is like incredibly zoomed in, and like the camera just keeps fucking floating around, and like it's very nauseating. It's really fucking weird. Also, the girls look like they're fucking like, I don't know, like sponges being punched.
I just want, even if like the actual subject matter and events of the hentai are unconventional, to put it lightly, I want conventionally animated hentai, please. It's so much nicer to appreciate and utilize and consume when it's conventionally animated. You don't need
more than one frame. Please.
First of all, make it more than like 3 frames per position, and second of all, don't try to get like overly aggressively artistic with it. Fucking please. It works better if it just looks like it's normally at. I would prefer my hentai look like the show that is currently on screen over most of it, hentai that like exists and or comes out. Like,
Yeah.
it just would work so much better.
Yeah, it's pretty much the reason why I've stopped watching animated hentai like for fucking years, because I was like, I'm just looking at it, I was just like, this is ugly.
I mean, a lot of it stems from issues of from like budgetary issues.
I mean, yeah, those are all usually made for like a quick buck.
Yeah, the market is not exactly like super significant for hentai.
Yeah.
But it's still depressing. I would prefer having like 3 hentai that are well animated come out per year over like 20 that look like dog shit. That's all I'm saying, man.
当然に父を求めてござった。つまりオリバーに振られてやけになってた？
すまないカティ、少し静かにしててくれないか。
いや、
Can you shut up?
人に惚れたか、剣に惚れたか、双方に刺したる違いはありもさん。
らしいぞオリバー。違いはないそうだ。
まさしく剣士の思想。けれど命をかけた切り合いとなれば見過ごせません。試合ではいけないのですか？
I need to kill my opponent. It is fundamentally important to me.
I do need to kill my opponents too.
よくわかりました。その上で友として言わせてもらいます。生き方を変える頃合いですわ、ナナオ。セラ殿、死に場所を探すのはおやめなさい。そんなものキンバリーにはいくらでも転がっています。そして何より夢でも幻でもなく、あなたは生きてここにいるのです。人に惚れたか剣に惚れたか、そこに大きな違いがないのならば、ナナオ、あなたが見るべきは人です。剣を透かしてみずともオリバーはそこにいます。そして今ここにいるみんなもこの先の時間をあなたと一緒に過ごしたいと願っています。
そうだな、もっと楽しもうぜ。
死なせないからね、絶対に。もう友達だもん。
僕もまだここでの知り合いが少ないんだ。減るのは困る。
オリバー、あなたは？
約束してくれるか、ナナオ。この先何があっても死に急がないと。どんな時でも自分のために剣を振るうと。
Besides Alexy, she's like a cute samurai girl. How could you not like her?
Oh, I would absolutely do her. That's not the problem. I swear I'm starting to turn insane after doing the same background like 4 times.
Okay, I mean you could switch up the background if you want.
No, I like it. It's just I'm going insane though. Especially since I want it to be like kind of a series, so I need it to be, insane.
調子戻ったみたいだな。
昨日は心配かけました。
Yeah, I think I'll have you do Yisang next.
Okay, that'll be for another stream though. I'm going to bed after this. It's already 4:30. I guess we took like 70 years talking about random bullshit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I knew I didn't really have anything to watch after Liar Liar anyways. So
you stalled for time, huh?
Yes.
You bitch.
嫌でござったか。
嫌とは言ってない。まんざらでもないらしい。
まんざらでもないようだ。
I guess this anime is pretty cute.
なお、そのくっつきすぎるのはちょっと問題かなって。なぜでござるか？え？だから
But I mean, it will really depends on like how it turns out. You know, if it's something more serious than you know, fucking Master's War.
This show?
Yeah.
I think if you manage to like watch through get to or watch through episode 4, I think you'll be swayed as to its quality. I predict that, but I not with 100% confidence, because you know usually by the end of the first episode, probably going to like actually like a show or not. But I just think what happens in episode 4 might make you like more excited about like the actual show itself. Yeah.
これでいい。剣だけが生きる道ではないと七尾が気づいてくれたなら。
よし、休憩。何か質問のある者はいるか？
ガーランド先生。
なんだ？
ずっと気になっていたのですが、先生は魔剣が使えるのですか？
そろそろ来る頃だとは思っていた。よろしい。一応解説しておこう。魔法剣の世界には魔剣と呼ばれる術理が存在する。その定義は実にシンプル。一足一条の間合いより内側で繰り出したが最後。いかなる抵抗も許さず、必ず相手を切り伏せる技のことだ。存在するとされる魔剣は全部で6つ。新たな魔剣を目指して工夫を重ねるもの、既存の魔剣を切り崩そうとするもの、どちらも数多くいる中で
Wait a minute, isn't this show called The Seven Spellblades?
Yeah, Reign of the Seven Spellblades. Wait, are you saying that because they said a number other than 7, or is it because they're talking? I don't know.
They said 6.
Yeah. Interesting. This is setting something up right there. Oh yeah, this is.
新たな魔剣を目指して工夫を重ねるもの、既存の魔剣を切り崩そうとするもの、どちらも数多くいる中で6つの数字は長らく不動を保ってきた。無論これは秘められた奥義、内容や使い手は公にされておらず、実在を疑う声すらある。だから私が使えるかどうかも当然明かすことはできない。以上だ。
先生、技のヒントだけでも。
魔剣同士がぶつかったらどうなるんですか？
とまあ、このように一撃で授業を台無しにする話題なわけだ。さあ、修練に戻れ。
絶対無敵の剣。なんとも興味深い話でござったな。オリバーは知っていたのでござるか？
今説明された程度のことはな。
稽古に戻らず無駄話とはね。大した余裕だな。
This fucking
誰
dickhead.
もが横並びのこの段階で余裕も何もないさ。
横並び、それは僕も含めてのことか。
喧嘩を売る気はない。
なるほど。余裕を書いているのは僕の方と言いたいわけだ。
ミスター・アンドリューズ、それ以上の難癖は品性を疑いますわよ。
黙っていろ、ミズ・マクファーレン。僕はこいつと話しているんだ。
どうすれば満足なんだ？
言うまでもないだろう。お前が握っている条件は飾りか。
分かった。相手をしよう。練習試合ということでいいんだな。
名目は何でもいい。前の無礼を10倍にして返してやる。
背中に覇気がない。わざと負ける気でござろう。拙者断じて嫌にござる。うつろな形で貴殿が破れる様など見たくはござらん。やるなら全力でお願いでござる。
いや、俺は
ここまで僕が可能に本気になるにも値しないと。
そこ集中しろ。
幼なじみ。
同い年ということでミスター・アンドリューズと私は比較されながら育ちましたわ。居場所を脅かされるような感覚が常に彼にはあったのだと思います。だから彼があんなに力を誇示したがるのは私にも責任の一端があると思うのです。
俺だってこれ以上関係を悪くしたくはない。必要なら頭を下げたって。
いけません。あなたの側に非はないのですから。それに七尾を幻滅させたくない気持ちは私も一緒ですのよ。
その両立は難儀に過ぎる。
ここにいたのか。
どうした？
カティが飛び出していったんだ。パレードで暴れたあのトロールが処分されるって聞いて。
私にはいくつか耐え難く思うことがあってね。その一つが同じ相手に同じ内容を2度言わされることだ。それが3度目ともなれば目の前にいるのが人でなく猿なのではと疑いもする。名前は一応あるのだろう、君にも。
カティ・アルトです。
アルト。ああ、それならうなずける。間抜け揃いの人権派の中でもあの夫婦ほどの極物はそういない。同情しよう。生まれが悪かったな、君。
両親への侮辱は聞かなかったことにします。ただこの子を殺すのはやめてください。
見上げるほどの無責任だな。助けた後、こいつが人を殺めた場合、君はどう責任を取るつもりだ？
人を襲わせないよう説得は私がやります。
説得ときたか。トロールと言葉を交わすのか？テラスで茶でも飲みながら。
笑うな！
指導が必要なようだな。猿でも理解できるように。ドロール。
カティ！ダリウス・グレンビル。
いくらなんでも行き過ぎでしょ。
行き過ぎ？これは善意の指導だ。邪魔をするならば。
お待ちを。熱心なご指導には感服いたしますが、無知ばかりの教育もいかがかと。
4年のミリガンか。何の用だ？
ええ、実はそこのトロールの処遇に関して異論が出まして、唱えた本人も直ここに。
そこまでだ、ダリウス。激痛呪文による指導は5年前から禁止されているはずだぞ。
自分の教育方針を曲げるつもりはない。それより異論とは何だ？
パレードでの暴走についてはまだ原因の調査が十分ではない。証拠物件として生かしておくべきだ。
Alright, finish with this one too. Let's go, another Limbus Idol-C. Whatever the fuck.
だが人権派の魔法使いたちも今や決して少ない勢力ではない。戦議の不十分なうちの殺処分は彼らに非難の材料を与えることになるが。
勝手にするがいい。
I've sent you all the details of Yi Sang now. Well, actually, it's currently uploading one more image that's failing to upload because Discord sucks.
GG. Alright. And then for the one after that, which one do you want, like Don Quixote?
Why do you think I just sent you Yi Sang?
I don't know. No, I'm talking about
I
after
you to do
Yi
Yi Sang. Oh, yeah. Probably Don Quixote, but I'll let you know, you know.
なんだよ、あんなひでえ目にあったのにさっきからニタニタと。
だって嬉しいんだもん、ああいう先輩に会えて。
すごいもん。ミスター・アンドリューズからですわ。オリバーと七尾に決闘を申し込むと。
Wow.
Da, 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 da.
So I guess perfect timing. I just finished the drawing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I've just downloaded the other two you've made. Oh, I've never actually listened to this ending song before. It's pretty chill.
Yeah.
It's a nice little groove it got going on.
I just noticed the chat wasn't catching up on OBS for some reason. I hate Restream, it's so fucking dumb. I'm doing this to literally get 0 views on YouTube, that's so dumb. I'll probably stop using Restream and just stream directly to YouTube again. Not YouTube, Twitch.
I'm jamming.
Anyway, I'll take that opportunity
Jammers.
to end my stream. Thank you everyone for coming to the stream.
Jammies.
Oh yeah, let me update the queue again. Wait, yeah, I forgot to update it like twice. So you have 3 golden and 2 extra detail sketches left. Boom.
And an illustration.
And,
Fucking son of a bitch.
multiple illustrations. Yeah, I'm talking about the sketches, you bitch.
I only have the one illustration, don't I?
Let me see. You have a complex illustration, and I still owe you the giveaway poster. That's gonna be that's gonna be in a while.
I'm not worried about that one. That one's almost, if anything, that one's just going to be like a meme that I bring it up like 3 years from now. It's like, yeah, technically you told me you would do a poster for me like 5 years ago.
And then I will nuke you from orbit.
If anything, eventually I'll probably just like actually pay you for it. But at the same time, like,
you don't have to.
Well, I was just gonna say at the same time, like, I'm not going to until you're going to actually actively do it. So.
Oh wow! I really feel like working on your poster next, Lemon. Ooh woo. Oh, you paid me? Oh, I suddenly don't feel like it anymore.
Oh my god.
Nah, that would be a dick move. Alright, did I didn't upgrade, I didn't update this queue.
If anything, the thing I would want you to do is be like more so worth $1,000 anyways, rather than $400.
What, the poster?
Yeah.
I don't know. Depends on like what.
Well, actually, well, there's actually 2 different ones that I technically would want. One of them is the like, I'm going to kill you by making you draw like every single fucking Toho character ever. But the other one actually is the one that I have listed in our DMs, which is a different idea, which is not worth it that much.
Okay. Yeah, I remember the.
It's not that complicated, I should say.
I remember the Toe poster meme. I was like, oh god. This one I might have to make it a little bit over 600. It might be an extra poster.
Yeah, so anyways, I presume you're not wanting to stick around to watch another episode of this? You're just gonna go to sleep?
No, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm fucking starting to get exhausted right now.
Yeah, makes sense.
Alright, everyone. It's time to end the stream, finally. Thank you for coming to the stream. We're gonna tomorrow is gonna be next stream. I don't know if I'm gonna stream in the morning or not. I'll let you know on Discord. Yeah, it's gonna be it. It's gonna be 50 days left.
No, we're not.
No, we're not debating. We were watching anime, and now I'm ending stream.
You missed all of the anime, man.
Damn.
Come on.
Empress Gnome, how could you do this to us? No, we stopped sniffing glue when we started watching anime instead. Yeah. Anyway, watching
the anime was like actually good content too. The debating wasn't good.
I guess we were debating for like half the episode. We were debating, but he was debating on anime. Okay.
Okay. Yes. There was debates, I guess you could say, but they were about the anime, and that was what made it good content.
Alright, I gotta fucking go now.
Alright, later.
Bye bye, everyone. See you tomorrow for